everyone. Welcome back to another episode of Truth and Transparency live, broadcasting live from Studio Columbus, Ohio. Yes, welcome. This is the Idaho4 When the Wheels Fell Off timeline. That's your episode. Welcoming back everybody that has been a loyal supporter of all of my Idaho4 coverage. That is the University of Idaho student murders from November of 2022. Yes, you were the people that brought you all the body-worn camera of all the parties, the noise complaints that were going down, not in the DMs, but literally going down at the crime scene house in the months leading up to the murders. That's us, Truth and Transparency. Now, it's a Monday, and like all of you, it's winter time, and here I've been trying to get my voice back, trying to get healthy, and what better way to start off a Monday than to tell you guys about how my Sunday night closed out. I really wasn't too impressed with the Super Bowl, and I felt like I got gypped. Like, I like to laugh. I thought, I just, So last night, before going to bed, Bella thought that she should let me see something that would make me laugh. And I said, I don't got time for this shit. But I did have time for it. Here it is. I want you guys to see what I saw last night. I couldn't contain myself last night. Had to share that with all of you guys this morning. Beep, beep, coming through. Truth train. Okay. Let me tell you guys a story about this. If you guys don't know me, you don't get to see me from I got some big old titties. And if you don't wear a bra and you can like helicopter them around and you guys go down a staircase ever, oh my God. So this is like a huge inside joke. So again, good morning. Beep, beep, coming through with them rock'em, sock'em, robot titties. I about died. You guys, rock'em, sock'em, robot titties. Like, how can you go to sleep after that shit? You can't. You said, wait, what did I just watch? Beep, beep, coming through. Fucking just hit him in the back, and then I'm just like, what's this song? I want to download this song. Like, I love music. I'm like, what is this? One more time if you're just joining us. Okay. I died. Literally died last night. This is me. Like, what the fuck are you playing for me? Full blast. Rock'em, sock'em, robot titties. Look at her face. Look at her face. That's all Bella wanted me to do the whole time was look at her face. I said, look at her face. I said, look at her tits. Oh my God. She's like, look at her face. I'm like, her face. Go on with your bad self. Anyways, welcome to Truth and Transparency. If you don't know me, you don't know me. Anyways, if this does just not start your day, I don't know what would. The sound isn't on. You can't hear the sound of that. Yeah, no sound. Well, go out, come back in. I don't know what to tell you, but I hear the sound perfectly. Anyways, if that doesn't get your day, there's no sound. Stop. I think that's even more funny to watch that with. Yeah, I got sound here. You got sound there? Go out, come back in. I don't know what to tell you guys, but anyways, I'm gonna tell you guys where to find the video then. Okay. Let me tell you where to find the video. Actually, just email me that video. It's not gonna work even if you email this to me. Anyways, just go check it all out. That kind of is weird that you can't hear the video though. Put it in chat. We're gonna drop the link in chat. We're gonna blast you with the link. Anyways, if you want to laugh, okay. Like I'm like, it says we gon' fuck her in the back of the bus, fill her nose up with dust. I said, what? We gonna fuck her in the back of the bus? We gonna fill her nose up with dust. That is what the song starts with. And I said, what the fuck is this? And then I see pop, 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 pop. and in the back of the video, he starts honking the horn as her titties are popping out. And he's like, honk, 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 honk. And I'm like, oh my God, she needs to win an award. So this was my halftime entertainment. This was way better for me. This was my type of halftime entertainment. So hopefully you guys enjoyed it. Click on that link. This is next level hilarious. Because then then my homeboy right there says, she's got rock'em, sock'em, robot titties, and I about died. Because have you guys ever played rock'em, sock'em, robots? That's exactly what it is. Okay, so click on that link. Check that shit out. But anyways, welcome back to the transparency. How to start the morning off this way. Look at where I stopped it. Look at that. That is some talent. I didn't even mean to. Okay. Talent right there. I got more talent in my little pointer. Stretch Armstrong titties, says William. Yeah, I love it. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section of the video. Comment about the Rock'em Sock'em robot titties. I'm feeling good. My voice is just bleh. But anyways, I guess we'll take her off the screen. But the song was hilarious to me. I was like, what is this? And and then he's playing the horn every time. Beep, beep. I'm like, oh my God, headlights, beep, beep. And he's like, girl. He said, you got them long paddleboard titties. You got them rock'em sock'em robot titties. All right, so I wanted you guys to literally get a sneak peek of how my night was last night. Okay? All right. All right, moving on. Welcome to the Idaho4. All right, yes, black eyes for days. Jumping up. No bra, no problem. I gotcha. Did he see ping pong paddleboard? I thought he said you got them long paddleboard titties. I heard paddleboard titties. Again, I always go ahead and look shit up. Your channel here. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about the Idaho4 case, shall we? Scott just needs a little bit more time. He's coming on, going over the picture. So don't worry, we're gonna be getting Scott. I promise. I don't blame him. That's how I would want to be too. Like I'm not trying to come out here and I want to take a look at everything that we have and blah blah blah. So he's coming. Don't worry. Okay, I wanted to go back though when the wheels fell off timeline, because, for example, with the Nancy Guthrie cases going on live right now, obviously the sheriff's department only sent out a couple people in the beginning, right? And then it's grown to be like how many people are on that case, right? And then how are people communicating? How are they debriefing every day? So let's go back to what Ann Taylor asked Officer Payne, Detective Payne on the stand, which was, how often were you guys meeting? How often were you guys debriefing? Things like that. And he said, well, at least twice a day. Okay, twice a day. Well, I went and looked in my, and then I have another case going on, the Holly Bobo case. So I went and looked at a couple of different things that lawyers were putting in, like the discovery and just different things, and how long people would normally like debrief for. So if you're not pumping out, let's say, the reports to say what you did, what people said, how are you making decisions to go to the next step, right? So hang tight here. Let me pull up something else. Let's go take a look at now all the main stuff basically that you arrested my client on, right? For Ann Taylor to be like, where's all the goods, right? Because if I'm looking at the discovery, when you're hand piecing me this shit, I'd be flipping through it, and I'm like, nobody's saying Bryan Kohberger's name. Bryan Kohberger isn't even on the radar. There's nobody like, there's these tips, there's people that live in the area, they're doing neighborhood canvassing, and you're not getting to Bryan Kohberger. Like, it's just like there's no information until you would have seen putting in for the search warrant of AT&T phones, the phones. And I think that this is when Cyré says that the wheels fell off. Cyré used that term, and he said, yeah, you could tell that the wheels kind of fell off here. And he gave the date of when they went to obtain the search warrants for AT&T. And it is my opinion that the reason he said that is because that's when you totally lied to make probable cause. Okay? When you went ahead and obtained those search warrants. That's when the wheels fell off. So the wheels fell off to him, in my opinion, is that you abandon all of your oath. FBI, everybody's deviating from the norm, which is, hey, be truthful. You're under oath to write this stuff up to be able to obtain search warrants. And so the terminology, when the wheels fell off, in my opinion, according to Cyré, would be, he already gave that date, which was the 23rd. Now, if you look at the timeline, okay, the timeline to me of when the wheels fell off is a little bit before that. And it would go when you started reviewing the camera footage, right? When you started reviewing the camera footage for the car, you're going to start making like your notes. You're sending video. Hey, look at this. Hey, look at that. Hey, look at this. And you're sending the videos in the surrounding neighborhood to the FBI to look at, and for them to tell, hey, what's the make and model? What's the make and model? So if we back it all the way up, we have Cyré saying like December 23rd, December 21st, the wheels fell off. And I want to back it up to say, all right, if they, on December 19th, when they would have had the name Bryan Kohberger, and they're going to look up who Bryan Kohberger is, and they're going to look up what type of vehicle he has. And then like you run the VIN of the vehicle, right? They would have paid really close attention to the fact that his vehicle did not have fog lights. Right? His make and model would tell you what type of vehicle it was and that it did not come with fog lights. So then how, when you're looking at the WSU cameras, you completely see fog lights, and you had been able to rule out right away that that's not his vehicle. So I want to back up the timeline. Now we're going to say to December 19th, because right when you would have got his name, you're going to run his information. Now, that's when Payne is saying that they got the name, right? Well, I don't think that the FBI turned over the name right away to Moscow, but I don't have proof of that. I mean, I think I kind of do, but let's just go with the 19th. If you're doing it by, if someone's telling you that you have to work backwards, if you're doing it by, hey, let's match it with the car, who's responsible then? Because I think the way that Ann Taylor would have handled this in trial is, what did you do when you ran his name? What does that consist of? And she was going to bring up the fact that, okay, you know that you guys are looking for a vehicle. You go in to see what type of vehicle he has, right? And they're telling you that they're not able to tell what type of vehicle certain things are because of the blooming lights. But then you give them in November, you give them the Ridge Road cameras and they say, okay, yeah, we're looking for, this make, model, whatever, blah, blah. When did you get the WSU cameras? Okay, so right then and there, you would have known that Bryan didn't have fog lights. And it's clear as day that there's fog lights on here. How would that be answered by somebody on the stand? How would somebody say, I mean, this is your job. You're getting that you have to be very, very specific because you're dealing with special class characteristics of a vehicle. And so you're going to be talking about, moon roofs, where the lights are. I would agree. The wheels fell off the entire case. But we're going to back up and we're going to show that here right now. Anybody say that? Pay close attention to what Lana says about Bryan's name. What about his name? That it was said earlier? Okay, so basically, this would be like the biggest no-brainer for people that have to do class characteristics of vehicles. If you were to tell this person that's doing the work, hey, this is the type of vehicle Bryan has. Okay. And this is the make, model. Immediately the person that's working with looking at everything would be like, well, we have a problem. That doesn't have fog lights. Okay. This does. So the WSU car gets eliminated immediately. That means the most important part of the probable cause affidavit is that the phone, okay, and that the car are moving in concert. And that they're leaving the area to go to Moscow. You're going to sit here and tell me that they didn't know that right then? But then I go back and I look at, hang tight. I go back and I want to pull up when Ann Taylor put in the Idaho cases of interest. When you go there, and you're going to still be able to click on they're releasing, so let's see, for the Franks. Okay, Franks is all about the lies. Okay, so when you go still click on, they still have the Kohlberger up. Oh, we have a new order. Oh, that's old. Order sealing some responses. Okay, so we have to go to 2025. And we go to in January. They put in right here. Okay, defense's motion for, where's the Franks? Actually, okay, here it is. Frank. Okay. Wait, does she put that in December, actually? I think she does. Hold on. Let me switch over to 2024. Gosh. My voice. All right, here we go. Okay, Frank's. Where the hell is this? Um, hold on, guys. I'm just pulling something up. Okay. Let's go back to here to this order. So when they first put in, this is the order, and they're like, hey, remember they exceeded the pages. So I want you guys to remember what Hitler said here. Before the court is the defendant's motion for Franks, November 14th, 2024, and memorandum in support. Now, accompanying the motion are 38 exhibits. Okay. 38 exhibits. And so what this has to be about, remember, this is when you are lying. This is proof to show that these officers, who's ever involved in this, remember, it was, hey, they knowingly put false shit in this probable cause to then be able to do everything that they did, which was the big thing is to arrest my client, but more importantly, to get the DNA. Then you got his DNA. Okay. And so what they had is 38 exhibits, and it was 2,000 pages. Now, unfortunately, the defendant memorandum largely fails to identify with particularity the relevant portions of the exhibit. Okay. Instead, referring simply to the exhibit number without identifying the precise pages at issue. Thus, the court is left with this inevitable task of sifting through pages and pages of largely irrelevant documents to ascertain what portion defendant may be referring to. The quote-unquote court is not required to search the record for evidence. Consequently, if defendant wants the motion to be considered, he must file a revised memorandum identifying the relevant portions of the record by page number and line number if referring to testimony. In addition, defendant must resubmit his supporting exhibits to exclude portions that are not relevant to the motion. Now, this is what was mind-blowing to me. Hitler then comes out and says, like a complete piece of garbage, says how then exhibits were so here he's asking, like, dude, just take out what's not relevant of the exhibit. Then later on, he'll come back and he'll say that you were trying to submit exhibits that were not full, partial. You guys remember that? I remember it clear as day. And I said, is this guy for real? Like, is he for real? For example, what he means by that. Right now I'm putting together a Holly Bobo case file, a binder, trial binders. And if I want to refer to, let's say, the father's phone records. Well, the exhibit could be 362 pages, right? So this is the exhibit because it's all of it's complete. It's complete, but I only need one page from it. So instead of me putting 362 pages in, I would have one page, and it would be like, this is the page at timestamp for this reason. Okay. But now if you were to ask me after I complete a binder that way, if you were to ask me and say, well, Lana, you just can't submit the one page. We need the whole page. We need the whole exhibit so that we know where this came from. And it's like, well, why can't I just use the Bates pages? Like, so if they were using things by saying Bates page, whatever, that means that it's getting stamped by the state in an order that how they're handing over discovery to you. So just refer to Bates page, blah, 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 to do with that exhibit. So I'm at a loss here as to, like, I think Anne was doing things extra cautiously. Like, hey, we're putting in the whole exhibit, you know what I mean? But he's over here saying defendant must resubmit his supporting exhibits to exclude portions that are not relevant to the motion. Okay, because the state is under a deadline to respond, the court will allow defendant till Tuesday, November 26th to submit the revised filing. And remember, this is this is for the Franks, and this is to get your hearing on that there's just nothing but lies in there. And so now that we have all the information that we have, let's see where the wheels fell off as far as submitting this Franks. Let's go back over here, and I'm going to pull up the 2023 affidavit that we've all seen it a million times. Oops. God bless it. Did Ann Taylor hit on all of the things that she should have for this Franks? All right. So, all right. On November, approximately 4, Moscow Police Department responded, okay. Officer Smith and I entered the King Road through the bottom floor. Okay, great. All right. Now, now that we have the crime scene photos and everything like that, notice how there's no mention of anything that had gone on no mention of like the living room. So I'm going to add a text box here because I want to say they omitted. Okay. Let's go here. They made it seem like nothing had happened in the living room. And I think that's okay. Now, I later learned from review of Officer Noon's body camera that there was a dog in the room when Moscow police officers initially responded. The dog belonged to Kaylee. So this is going to be important here because it has everything to do with the dog. Determining that this dog was the dog that was barking outside, things like that. The dog belonged to. I found out from my interview with Jack. Jack Decor. He didn't interview Jack Decor. You know that, right? Oh, from his initial interview that he did at the police station? Then why was the dog? Okay. All right. Also, we're gonna put in here that Jack Decor said that Jack D said Maddie would have never been calling him. And that's the point. I would have been talking about that. So you're supposed to be putting things in that would suggest certain things. So here, when he talked to Jack Decor was very specific and said that Maddie shouldn't have been calling him. Meaning this, he said, it was odd that Maddie was calling me. She did. I've known her for a long time, but she doesn't call me. And so she calls me if there's like, that would tell me if there's something wrong, if there's a problem. Well, guess what time that was? At 2:53. What the fuck is this blue? What the fuck? Okay. Next. All right, we get to the sheath. Here we go. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath lying on the bed. The sheath was later processed and had left on the button snap of the knife sheath. There it is. It was not located on the button snap. Right? As part of the investigation, numerous interviews were conducted by Moscow Police Department. Okay. Two of those interviews included BF, DM. Okay. So here, out of all of these people that they interviewed, that we know that they interviewed, they're basically saying two of them, and they were in the King Road residence at the time of the homicides. How did they determine that? Based on numerous interviews conducted by Moscow Police Department, ISP detectives, and FBI agents, as well as my review of evidence, I have learned the following. So this is based on, and then it says, as well as my review of evidence. So Ann Taylor would have to go ham on him with this. And this is why this should not be allowed to be a working document. Because like my questions are then, but since, hey, this pertains to everybody, you know how many people that you should have had that you should have been calling to the stand during that the motions to suppress? You should have been using that as like a freaking deposition. That's how I would have done it. I would have been fine with losing because I'm going to get all you motherfuckers on the hook for saying certain things. You're not going to be able to change your answer because that testimony can be used against you down the road at a trial. So file them all in. Okay. But once Hippler is over here saying that this is a live working living document and everybody's on the hook for it, excuse me, I take issue with that. So this is what he's saying, that based on numerous interviews, and so we can then go like this, but you didn't have a typed up report yet of things. So what did he how do I want to say this? Okay. The reports weren't written up yet. So how do you know what the interviews revealed? Okay. And then as well as my review of evidence. What evidence? What evidence was in this case? What evidence was in this case? IGG. What's link? On the evening of November 12th, 2022, Chapin and Xana are seen by BF at the Sumakai House on the University of Idaho's campus from approximately 9 on November 12th to 1:45 a.m. on November 13th. False. That is completely false. She left. That's a false statement. He should have known it was false. Because of the other people's interviews. BF also estimated that at approximately 1:45 a.m., Ethan and Xana returned to the King Road residence. She doesn't know when they returned to the residence. She says that. Okay. So where in Anne's statements, okay, does Anne show that Bethany nor Dylan know when they don't see them arrive home? So again, this is false. This is a false. She says the opposite. This is a false statement. And they should have known that it was a false statement. BF also stated that Chapin did not live. Okay. Kaylee and Maddie were at the local bar, the Corner Club. Okay, Gonzalez Morgan or can be seen on video surveillance. Yep, between 10 and 1:30. Yep, at approximately 1:30 a.m., Gonzalez and Morgan can be seen on the video at a local food vendor called the Grub Chuck. I mean, if you really want to get technical, it was not at 1:30, but that doesn't mean that's not a lie. The Grub Chuck live streams video. Yep. This video was captured by law enforcement. A private party. Eric Gower reported that they provided a ride to, yep, at approximately 156 from downtown. Fact. Okay. DM and BF both made statements during interviews that indicated that occupants of the King Road residence were at home by 2 a.m. and asleep or at least in their rooms by approximately 4 a.m. That is a false statement. False statement. They did not know anything about when people false. Okay. They did not know when Ethan and Xana came home. They did not know. The beginning portion is correct where you say that both made statements during interviews that indicate occupants of the King Road home were at home. Nope, you can't even say that, right? So this is completely false. You guys, if this was true, right, then his Dylan basically says it. No, I woke up to Kaylee playing in the living room with the dog at 4. Okay, then going upstairs to like, but she has no idea where anybody else is. Like, that's a false ass statement. Their whole narrative is false. Okay, so I'm over here like, can't wait to see how Ann Taylor went about this. This is with the exception of Xana, who received, now let me tell you something. Nobody in that house knew this, that there was a DoorDash, okay? This is with the exception of Xana, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. Law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. Now, I'm fine with the wording only because, yes, there was a DoorDash order made. But at trial, you would see if that would flow with, I mean, who ate it? DM stated that she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the south side of the second floor. Really? Because we listened to all of her interviews. When did she say that she went? She doesn't really talk about that. I went to my bed and went to sleep, does she? She just says, we all go to bed. Everything's fine. She doesn't even want to talk about 2 to 4. But whatever. DM stated that she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. Well, okay, hang tight. When this was wrote, DM's phone records. Okay. DM's phone records prove that. Because she wasn't asleep. But what she said, it sounded like Kaylee playing with the dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms. That's a lie. She never said that. She was playing in the living room. Okay. Living room. Never upstairs playing. That's a, and that matters because of where people would be located. Okay. Because if Kaylee was attacked, and potentially running upstairs to get away from somebody, you're going to have Kaylee on the same level, Ethan on the same level, and Xana all on the same level. And then this is why omitting the living room, in my opinion, but we'll see. A short time later, DM said that she heard who she thought was Kaylee say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." That's not true. It's she ran up when she went upstairs. She said, "There's someone here." It was, when did she ever say that a period of time had passed? In fact, she doesn't. And when she says that the only time she talks about a period of time passing is because the time of when Kaylee said that there's somebody here, it was, well, how long had passed until you saw the person with the mask on, and that was 10 to 20 minutes. Okay. So a short time later, DM said that she heard who she thought was Kaylee say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." Again, I believe this is a false statement. To me, it was like all happening in one session when she was going upstairs. Okay. That's when she said it. A review of the records obtained from a forensic download of Xana's phone showed that this could have also been Xana, as her cellular phone indicated she was likely awake. And now this is where we get to get the big boom. Okay. You would have the phone records as well to show like what type of steps were taken, but there's no forensic evidence, okay, at that time that showed. This is now why we can say that they numbered everything wrong. They numbered things wrong, and then what did it make it? If you're gonna number stuff wrong, then yeah, you're gonna have blood of somebody else. Where, remember all of this stuff with like the numbering, why Payne numbered shit wrong. So now think about that part of it. And it's like a review of the records obtained from a forensic download of Xana's phone show that this could have also been Xana, as her cellular phone indicated that she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m. Well, what about her steps? This is why they didn't go and get an expert. This is why they didn't go and get Paulette Sutton beforehand. No blood of Xana's outside of Xana's room. And this is your you're not supposed to put your opinion on something. So why are you? A review of the records obtained from a forensic download of Xana's phone showed this could have also have been Xana, as her cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using the TikTok app. She was using, okay, so then think about this. If you're going to say that, if she was using TikTok, but we also know that just runs, okay? So that means Xana has to be attacked after 4:12 based on this, because they're saying that she's on TikTok. So like you can't have it both ways. So fine, if you want to say that, then what, she was on TikTok while she was getting attacked, not playing, but surfing TikTok. And then guess what? Why are Dylan's text messages with Bethany after the fact? All of it's after the fact. DM stated she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. DM stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Xana's room. No, she did not say that. She said from the bathroom. Whatever, though. DMs then said that she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." And then you left out, then you omitted Vampire Diaries in the episode. I guarantee you that Aunt Taylor, I'll be shocked if she entered that in here, if she mentioned that. At approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at 1112 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest of 1122 King Road, picked up distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud. You guys, what do you think about that? We've all heard it now. What do you think's going on at 412 or 417? I don't sound, that doesn't, that's not what I sound. That's not what I hear. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17 a.m. No. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Xana's bedroom. Now we know, though, because we've heard it, that they knew that at the time when they did this, they knew at the time that no sounds from the inside are heard on the camera, only outside noises. So this is how I would argue it. Like, nope. And then this is off by, okay, so then nope. Okay. DM stated that she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. Okay. DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller. Not very muscular, but athletic. Okay. The male walk. Never said she was frozen. Ever. Did she say that? This is a lie. The male walked past the frozen shock. Yeah, that's a lie. That's a flat out lie. Flat out fucking lie right there. Never said she was frozen. Now, in the Holly Bobo case, they tried to write that in Clint's version of stuff. They asked Clint, hey, we think that you just froze. And I was like having like flashbacks. Like, I'm like, wait, whoa, wow. Yeah, we think that you just froze and you didn't go, like, you saw this all, but like you were scared and you just froze and you didn't do anything until after the fact. And he was adamant in this interview with those guys back in the day, 2011, 12, and 13. He's like, I did not freeze. Yeah. But when I saw this in the Holly Bobo case, that they were trying to tell Clint that he froze. I was like, oh my God, this is like giving me like PTSD. But the male walked past Dylan as she stood in a frozen shock phase. Dylan never said those words, ever. And nor did they ever talk about that in any interview, like to say, like, were you frozen? Like, this is unbelievable. Like, that's a flat out fucking lie. Lie. Like, lie. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. Okay, now here she gives contradicting statements. Because she says that she ran. So she didn't see if he left. And then the other time she's saying that she went into her room, locked the door, and heard the slider door close. That's how she knew he left. The fuck did I just do? I don't have time to deal with you right now. Like, I mean, give me a fucking break. Okay. Right after she saw the mail, DM did not state that she recognized the mail. Like, what? That's ridiculous. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene because she says that she didn't recognize the mail. No. Misleading. They have people in their house all the time, and she thought it was one of Ethan's friends. I found my mistake. The combination of DM statements. What the fuck? The combination. This is what they're going with. The combination of DM statements to law enforcement, not to other people, though. Review of forensic downloads of records from BF and DM's phone, which is the text messages. Okay. It's only the text messages then. Out of order. And video of suspect video as described below leads investigators to believe that the homicides occurred between 4 and 4:25. Well, guess what? Why did Bethany call Dylan first? Bitches. That would be a huge part of how I would argue this. Because Bethany sets it all off. Set it off, Bethany. Why did Bethany call Dylan first? She alerted her to everything. Otherwise, there was nothing to be alert to. You understand? And none of this whole, like, I heard all these people crying or any of this shit. Okay? Or did they all write it after the fact when she was already in her room? Okay. Homicides occur between 4 and 4:25. Well, guess what? Car doesn't arrive until and get out to like 4:07, 4:08 a.m. problem. Okay. During the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. Well, hold on one second. During the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. Bullshit. This was located during the second processing of the scene. They found multiple. They found multiple shoe prints and weren't considering them because it was law enforcement. Do you guys understand where that shoe print was? This shoe print, similar to that type of a van, just outside the door. No, it wasn't outside. It was in the freaking threshold of a way that you cannot go in or out unless that door is completely wide open, just like blasting wide open. And this is consistent with DM's statement regarding the suspect's pet. No, it's not. No, it is fucking not. This person that shoe went into the room of Dylan Mortensen. This shoe. Okay. Unless they're going to try to say that the killer only has one foot, they can all kiss my ass. They knew all these things. You guys, they knew all of this when they wrote this up. As part of the investigation, in its extensive search, commonly referred to in law enforcement as video canvas, okay, was conducted in the area of the King Road residence. This video canvas was to obtain any footage from the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. Okay, also, hold on. The front door was wide open. Interview Justin N. About contradicts it. Okay. That was on 11/15/2022. Before Dylan made her fucking statements again. That's really, really important. Okay. I'll save this copy and make a PDF for people that want it. Put it in my community tabs. He gave a statement before DM ever did. So that's why DM had to come out with her bullshit. But she said I don't know if he left that way. Because I ran downstairs. I didn't go back into my room. That's what she tells Maori. When Maori calls her back in, he's like, oh, and so you saw him. Oh no, I don't know. I don't know if he left. I ran downstairs. And then it was like, oh, I thought you said you went into your room and you locked the door. When you do a bunch of things a bunch of times and you're running all over morning and night for this, once this happened, yeah, you're not gonna remember what the fuck you did first. Okay. As part of the investigation, okay, commonly referred to, yeah. Okay. Now, okay, this video cameras resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance. I reviewed numerous videos that were collected and have had conversations with the other MPD officers, ISP detectives. Okay. So now we're going to get into this. Was conducted in the area of King Road residence. Okay. And this is where we're going to have some issues because Indian Hills is not in the area. I reviewed numerous videos that were collected. Okay. A review of camera footage indicated that a white sedan, okay, was observed traveling westbound. Yep. In the 700 block of Indian Hills. And right here, this is look at this. Ready? This is so sick. They are labeling suspect vehicle 1. Remember, right here, 700 block of Indian Hills Drive. And this is where it is. Where did you get this? Like, why were you even over there? Eric Gower dropped off people at Indian Hills Drive. This is why they went and got that. To check up on his bullshit. And this was at approximately 3:26 a.m. Okay, now here's where they would have known that this is wrong. Okay, that vehicle, they would have known, and they did know, that this vehicle, doing all of this, same vehicle. On this video, it appeared suspect vehicle 1 was not displaying a front license plate. This vehicle is not the vehicle seen on Ridge Road cameras at 3:29 in 2 seconds. That's the biggest lie right there. And they knew this on November. Like they went to go get this stuff on November 29th. They knew this was not the same vehicle on or before 11/29/2022. And this when Danny Vargas says that she hit up the owner, who is a judge. Whoo! This is a much larger issue. This is a much larger. This is the much larger issue. It's all lies. So when the wheels fell off timeline, dude, when they were writing this up, they were writing this up knowing that this is all bullshit. All of it. It's all bullshit. A review of footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood. I thought you just said that. Why would you have to say that again? Look at as a part we conducted in the area of the King Road residence. This neighborhood. Okay, so this is in the neighborhood of the King Road residence. This canvas resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance videos. Which businesses? What do you consider businesses? And then why are you writing this again? A review of video footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood. Isn't that the same way? In the area of the King Road residence. Look at that. This is why you pay attention to in the area. That's different than, right? In the area and surrounding neighborhoods in an effort to locate. So how could they start off like that? You have to work your way backwards, right? This video canvas resulted in numerous surveillance. This, like that stuff with the area. And then this is the next paragraph is a review of footage from multiple videos obtained from the Ohio State University, the King Road neighborhood. You guys see this? When people tell you, Lana, you look too much into blah, 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 blah. I'm like, fuck, no, I don't. This is how they got away with writing it up like this. So this is from the King Road neighborhood, showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1, which now this is why it's amazing. What they labeled as suspect vehicle 1 is the vehicle on the 700 block of Indian Hills. That's what they labeled as suspect vehicle 1. Okay. That can be 1000% proven not to be the vehicle that will then be seen because at 329, when it's seen on Ridge Road, they know it's not the same vehicle because of the time. Motherfucker. Okay. Ridge Road camera shows a sedan before suspect vehicle 1 is able to be on this video. Like it's because it's chronological order. Like it's just, you can't get there. It's already happening. So the Ridge Road camera shows a sedan before SV1 is able to. So therefore, that they knew that that wasn't the vehicle and that they still put it as the vehicle. This now we're over here to the. Okay, these sightings show suspect vehicle 1 makes an initial 3 passes by the 1122 King Road residents. And this again is there are 2 vehicles working in tandem. Then if this is what you want to do and say, and you would have known that, or it's not the vehicle. So it's up to you to pick and choose. Do you want to talk about how they use 2 vehicles, or do you want to sit here and admit that this vehicle right here that you guys try to label suspect vehicle 1 is not like this? This is not. I think it's a proven fact based on the timing of the surveillance cameras. Okay. So again, huge lie. Just, I mean, an unbelievable lie. It's flat out fucking lie. Like, you cannot get any. I mean, this is a lie. Like, the biggest lie. They knew if you're going to call this suspect vehicle 1, then it's going to get blown up in literally 2 seconds when you see that it can't be the car that's seen on Ridge Road, which means that you have 2 vehicles, multiple white sedans, which would be normal in an area like that. Based off of my experience as a patrol officer, this is a residential neighborhood with a very limited number of vehicles that travel in the area during the early morning hours. None of that needed. Upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during this time frame. Look at this. A review of footage from says from multiple videos showing suspect vehicle 1 starting at 3:29 a.m. and ending at 4:20 a.m. These sightings show suspect vehicle 1 makes an initial 3 passes by the 1122 King Road residents and then leave via Walenta Drive. Why aren't they saying what camera it is? This is saying a review from multiple videos. You can't tell anything from any of the Linda Lane camera footage. Makes an initial 3 passes. It's not telling why is it refusing to tell us what cameras are doing this? It's very interesting. Now looking back at it, based off of my experience as a patrol officer, yeah. Again, this is all lies then still too, because you this is speculating. This is all speculation. That's why Ann Taylor was saying all of this. Yes, all of this is accurate. Okay. This mhm. Okay. The big thing for me here is that this is, if you want to give it that's suspect vehicle one, we have people that are going to be arriving home. Okay, such as your bartender Adam. What kind of vehicle does he drive? You have people that are coming home from being out. You have, if you would have actually done your neighborhood canvas, right? Immediately when you have noticed this, you would have started neighborhood canvassing to the point of who all lives in all of those houses back there and what type of vehicles do they drive. And then you would have talked to anybody that had a vehicle that was similar in, but you cannot just say that the vehicle that's leaving at 420 is the vehicle at 404. That is absurd. There is no, we don't have any, this car that's speeding away at 420, you guys, why did they take Maddie's car in? Why were they looking at all the infotainment centers of all those vehicles? You cannot assign that to that vehicle. That is the most wild shit I've ever heard. There's a ton of cars back there, okay? And how you can say that the vehicle that left at 420 is suspect vehicle one is unbelievable, because that's the worst angle. That's the worst view. Also, Molly supposedly speeding away and leaving at, 402, whatever time she, drops off the food, speeds away. These cars, when they're leaving, you can't tell what they are. And in fact, the experts, when they knew this. At the time, they knew this. And what I mean by that is how you would be arguing this is to say that at the time when they showed this to the experts determined and said, nothing can be used from 1112 cameras. And now we know why they are writing stuff. Like I just said, well, why are you writing it? Nothing can be used from 1112 cameras. This is the experts that put that in writing. Okay. And they didn't put it in writing prior to, well, they did. They put it in writing via when they're going back and forth talking. So Ann Taylor would have to wait to ask these people that, now you determine that the 1112, which you guys labeled as the balcony camera, that was not usable because it had the blooming lights and you guys weren't able to say what type of vehicles. And they're going to say, absolutely correct. We told them that. Okay. All right. But then one of them goes and uses it to talk about a third. We'll get into that here in a second. But they knew this because they were debriefing. Okay. They debriefed. And so therefore, the person that's writing this now, it holds true to everybody, right? So this is where I struggle with Ann Taylor's, like, I hate to say this, but like, yeah, like I think that we saw the arguments that those were out there for the public to watch at the closing of everything and to go through like why you deserve a Franks hearing, right? This is about the Franks. This is about the lies in this probable cause affidavit, right? Everything flows from IGG. They never mention it. Okay. I would just mention that for a second because I would say, listen, IGG, they go ahead and they stated Officer Payne, they did not know his name until it was given to them from the FBI. Okay. Not on their radar whatsoever. Okay. We all know that. they built probable cause by trying to work backwards. And Officer Payne's over here saying that they didn't know about the name until December 19th. But they were already, like, his argument, Hitler's argument is they were already looking into a vehicle. And we're going to talk about why they were looking into a vehicle that was a white sedan. Okay, they were trying to follow around Eric Gower's ass, because they wanted to see, what, did they not believe him? Did he get picked up by somebody in a white car that night? I have no idea what he was doing, but if his vehicles go to his house and stay put there, like he claims, because he has Ring camera footage, which we've never seen, which I've asked for now, it's in a FOIA, is Eric Gower said he turned over his Ring camera footage, which would have shown all of his vehicles stayed put and that he was at home during the time of the crime. Well, I'm over here like, how does he know when this crime happened? If I was him, I would be thinking that the crime happened while I was out Ubering. Why would I be thinking that this crime happened? What type of knowledge does Eric Gower have to think that he knows that where he was when the crime happened? Especially since 911 wasn't called for 8-9 hours. That tells me that somebody, to any detective out there, they're going to question that. When you would tell people like, hey, I can provide my camera footage. This is where I was home. You can provide your camera footage for what time? Because we never told you what time to provide us with. This is him just like blah, 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 blah. So then the vehicle that's seen at 420, they're saying a suspect vehicle 1 is next seen departing the area of the King Road residence at approximately 4:20 a.m. at a high rate of speed. Well, Molly said that she left at a high rate of speed too. Just because Molly's vehicle, or the SUV that you deemed that Molly was in, it's the same thing that happened in the Brian Drake case when I found the two vehicles, and I'm like, okay, Eldora and what's his dick know that this white truck comes here, but it doesn't come until after they supposedly had left in this Pilot. The only way they would know about a white truck is if they were still there, because the Pilot that they were in, the vehicle, the Honda Pilot, had already left. A minute and 30 seconds goes by. Then this white truck comes. How would Eldora Gatchel know about a white truck and then lie to investigators and say that a white truck was preventing her from leaving a certain way out, so therefore she had to go the back, around the back? And it's like, well, there was no fucking truck there. So that's the lie, number one. But number two, how would she then know that a white truck would literally come there in a minute and 30 seconds after she left and do exactly what she says that it did? Pulled up, put its running brakes on, put its running lights on, and just sat there. How the fuck would she know that? And that's what trumped me for a while. And I was like, holy shit, she didn't leave in the Pilot. But now I have to be able to prove that and prove another vehicle that worked in tandem. And I found that vehicle. And I'm able to use an interview of the patient before her that said when he was leaving, her and that guy were already in the waiting room playing the ukulele. It was really weird. I interviewed him personally. And then I asked him about his interview that he did with the police. He's like, yeah, when I left, when I was leaving, there was an SUV coming in, and the woman that was driving the SUV looked like it could be the daughter of the woman that was in there filming the ukulele guy. I was like, oh, so she was like Hawaiian, dark skin. He's like, yeah. And Eldora Gatchel told police that she went to go pick up her niece, who's like 38, and that she wasn't feeling well, so she didn't come with them to the doctor's appointment or to the chiropractor appointment. Well, here you have an eyewitness saying that the person that was in that older model Explorer two-tone was a Hawaiian woman, and it looked like it could be her daughter. Now, how do the police not put two and two together with that? Fucking mind-blowing. Well, it's when you already have something that you need to hush hush. So in this situation, with two cars basically being a problem right here, we know that there's multiple cars in the mix then. I don't think that it's far off to say that you need to ask yourself, just because a car is leaving, you don't know who's in the vehicle. You do not know who's in the vehicle. So suspect vehicle 1 is next seen observing traveling southbound on Walenta Drive. Based on my knowledge of the area and review of camera footage in the area, that does not show suspect vehicle 1 during that time frame. I believe that suspect vehicle 1 has likely exited the neighborhood at Palouse River Drive. Okay, and this is where I said, holy shit, you're crazy. So he's basically saying that based on his knowledge of the area, because it is not seen on any other camera surveillances, that we can then assume that this is what happened. What? Or it went into a driveway of one of those houses back there, right? Or you don't have all the surveillance cameras, or you buried them, and that's when Ann Taylor was asking for things like, hey, where's this surveillance camera? Where's this? Where's that? And he didn't even know. Payne didn't even know what she was talking about. Asking, we're trying to get our hands on, because you'd want to just go get the commercial cameras in the area that show your exit points out of your city. And I'm telling you, police work with to keep your town safe. If I had the most northern commercial property, okay, that it's going to show cars entering and exiting, I would expect the police to ask, hey, do you think we can work in tandem with you with, your most northern or whatever? And if I would be like, yeah, absolutely. Hey, actually, why don't you guys pay for it? And I'll put it up right here, and we'll put up the cameras. You want to monitor the street, right? But you want the camera on my property, right? I have no problem with that. You're going to pay for it though. But you're not going to have the camera on my patrons. Like, if I had a bar back then in this town, I used to own a bar, and if an officer was to ask me back when I did have my bar, if we could put cameras up, I would have fucking said, no way. You're not monitoring people leaving my establishment. People won't come in and drink. Like, get fucked. But if you want to have a camera because you want it to be on, to be able to like catch people that would be leaving the town, exiting out, yeah, I just wouldn't be out anywhere facing anything to get my patrons. I could see myself probably agreeing to that. But I would also have, like, it would be my camera. I would have ownership of it. They would just be talking to me and saying, hey, would you consider ever doing this? And I would say, yeah, let me think about that. And then I would think about it, and I would say that this is how I would do that. Because you can never get labeled as, oh, you can't go and drink over there, because then they're going to pull you over for like DUIs and shit like that. So, but basically the bottom line here is that Ann Taylor was looking for cameras that should have existed, where you would have been able to rule all this stuff out with cameras. And they're over here saying, well, there's no, after being seen on the 1112 camera speeding away, that vehicle is never seen again. Never seen again. But I'm like, wait a second. So you have this car originating in Moscow and staying in Moscow. That's the facts. The facts are is that this vehicle originates in Moscow and stays in Moscow, because you have no evidence of it ever entering from anywhere else. There is zero evidence of that. So how in the world is a judge not seeing that, wait, you're starting a vehicle at where? Indian Hills. Okay. And then what are you using? Well, then we're telling you that, hey, 10 miles from Moscow is Pullman. And people go back and forth there all the time. And law enforcement officers provided video footage of suspect vehicle 1 to forensic examiners with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. So then they go into that little spiel, which puts them on the hook. This is what should put everybody on the hook right here. The forensic examiner has approximately 35 years, and then 12 at the FBI. After reviewing the numerous observations of suspect vehicle 1, well, which one is that? That's the one from where? Indian Hill. Like, that's where, if anybody was to read this, you'd be thinking that the 700 block is what's making it. Okay, so here, the 700 block Indian Hills. That's what's made it the SU. That's your suspect vehicle 1. That's that. We've now seen that video. And then this is where the lie comes in. After reviewing the numerous observations of suspect vehicle 1, which they're then trying to say that the then they go with the 329 and 401. Well, I think it's the 401. So the 401 Ridge Road. This is suspect vehicle 1 is off of the 401. Oops. After reviewing the numerous observations of suspect vehicle 1 that they named from the 700 block, well, this is how it would look to a judge. So this is how you would be saying it. The judge would be thinking that the 700 block video is how they labeled it suspect vehicle 1. The forensic examiner initially believed that the suspect vehicle 1 was a 2011-2013 Hyundai Elantra. And now still, again, because we hear nothing, there's not a single word about Ridge Road, okay, yet. So you could even then argue and say that, again, this is off the Indian Hills cam. Upon further review, he indicated it could also be a 2011 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. And now it's like, upon further review. Well, what is that further review? And when you actually read the notes, I mean, it's laughable. That's omitted. As a result, investigators have been reviewing information on persons in possession of a vehicle that is a 2011-2016 white Honda Elantra. And now let me tell you this. That's a lie. Ready? Because now we get to talk about Bryan Kohlberger would have popped up because of the tickets on campus. He has a 2015, and that would have been in that right here. Oopsies. If this was accurate, but it wasn't, that's the be on the lookout was 2011, 2013 is what they're trying to say. But here in this probable cause, they're saying as a result, investigators have been reviewing information on persons in possession of a vehicle that is a 2011, 2016 white Elantra. With or without fog lights. With or without sunroof. Like there's things that you can eliminate. And then right here, hold on. Ready? On this video, it appeared suspect vehicle 1 was not displaying a front license plate. No timestamp on that. On this video. This is so bad. Investigators were given access to video footage on the Washington State University campus. And then this is where the lie. This is all lies. First of all, it'd be like when. A review of that video indicated that at approximately 2:44 a.m., a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as Vehicle 1, was observed on WSG surveillance cameras traveling north on South. Boom, boom, boom. Yep. Knew it was not the correct car when this was wrote. Oopsies. At approximately 2:53, a white sedan, which is consistent with the description of white Elantra known as Vehicle 1, was observed traveling. Not his car. This was given to the Pullman, and then they said that this was a 2014, 2016. And guess when? We now know that this happened. This was provided to the same FBI person. And guess what? Guess when that was? Guess when that happened? $12:20. The forensic examiner identified the vehicle observed in Pullman, Washington as being a 2014. At approximately 5:22 or 5:25 a.m. on November 25th, and all this is lies, asked air law enforcement agencies to be on the lookout for a white Honda Elantra. Guess what? They gave the year. No, the Bolo did not give the year. No year on Bolo. And it was the Idaho State Police. On November 29th. So therefore, it should have been like, they also didn't say what case it was for. On November 29th, 2022 at approximately 28 a.m. Okay. So they're omitting 12/25/2022. They found Bryan's car. 7th overall. So omitting that on not 12, but 11/25/2022, they found Bryan's car. So the same day that the Bolo goes out, on 11/25, they found Bryan's car. 7th one on the list, 7th overall out of 22,000. Woo! Yeah, Moscow, you son Pullman, you guys are some motherfucking awesome people, man. This is amazing. You guys are fucking amazing, man. 22,000 cars. Shit. Seventh one you find. Woo! So this is how when you say the again the title of the episode, when the wheels fell off timeline. This whole thing needs to be like eviscerated. Okay. Having the facts, aka the discovery, right? Now, Officer Daniel Tanego queried, guess what? White Elantras registered at WSU. Yep, he had nothing to do with it. Like he didn't do anything. As a result of that query, he located a 2015 white Elantra with a pencil. When you say he located, yeah, he printed off something and he ran and he gave you a list. That's what it means. Like as a result, he located. He didn't like. He located a bunch of them. He located. Guess how many? This is not how this just happened. Um, this vehicle, like none of this was known. Like this was written in a. This isn't how they. Why aren't they mentioning Pullman? Pullman Police Department is how this happened. The Pullman, like this is it right here. The omitting that they find his car 7th overall, and this was from Pullman Police Department. Andre Saint Love found it. Okay. Like none of this needs to be in there. Right here. It was found right here. And guess who knew about it? Blaker. Blaker was given info. But guess what? You had to make it seem like you did not have access to that car, right? Blaker was given the info on that day. Okay. Payne's over here saying, don't use the radio. Nobody used the radio. And that's so that to not call the car in. The same date, approximately 12:58. Yeah, bullshit. Doesn't have anything to do with shit. You didn't need to do anything with this. Whitman also ran the car and it returned to Culver with a Washington tag. No. First of all, if there was a list that would have been provided for the FBI, okay, the FBI would have had a list and it would have been like this. The FBI asked for lists. FBI asked for lists. So get fucked. I reviewed Kohlberger's Washington State driver's license information and photograph. Oh my God. I forgot about this stupid shit. Ridiculous. It matches. It matches what DM saw inside the house. Oh my God. Bolstering DM. Who's bolstering it? I. Who's the I? Who's the I? Well, everybody that did the damn thing. You know, who's the I in this situation? Who is the I? I reviewed. Fuck out of here. Ridiculous. Further investigation includes a review of the Latah County Sheriff's Duke's body cam and reports show that on this day, Bryan Culver was detained as part of a traffic stop. Okay. He was the sole occupant. Okay. Which was set to expire on November 30th during the stop, which was okay. Culver provided his phone number. You want to know why they had to do it this way? When was this? When did this happen? Oh my God. On October 14th, Bryan Culver was detained as part of a traffic stop by WSU. Upon review, Bryan Culver, sole occupant. Yep. And he had the PA license plate. But on November 18th, according to Washington State licensing, Culver registered the 2015 white Elantra. Let me ask you guys a question. Dude, talk about just drawing prior to this time, the 2015 white Elantra was registered in Pennsylvania, which does not require front license plates to be displayed. Well, awesome. Based on my own experience and communication with Washington law enforcement, I know that Idaho and Washington require front and back license plates to be displayed. Where's this communication? Who'd you talk to? Investigators believe that Culver is still driving the 2015 white Elantra because his vehicle was captured on December 13th, 2022 by a license plate reader in Loma, Colorado. Now, if you guys are really gung-ho and following on 11/25, Blaker refuses to write any reports from 11/25 to 12/7. That's what the discovery shows. Like, what was Baker doing with his time from 11/25 to 2007? Remember I did a live about that? Okay. Investigators conducted electronic database searches and they realized that it was an AT&T. Okay, now let's go like okay. They believe they're still driving it because it hit on license plate reader. Okay, Culver's Elantra was then queried. How did they know about this? It was queried twice. How quickly would that be? Like, if this wasn't involved, if this, they're trying to say that this just happened by happenstance, like, now everybody's getting this wrong. Just because this says, on December 16th, they're just saying that that's the day. That doesn't mean that that's when they found out about it. Okay. You have to understand that. It's really, really important. On December 16th, 2022, at approximately 2:26 p.m., surveillance video showed Culper's Elantra in Albright, Pennsylvania. They found that out after the fact. They didn't know that then. Like, they're getting, because this came from the cameras that they asked for from when they were like drive into like where he lives. Now, the sole occupant of the vehicle was a white male whose description was consistent with Kohlberger. Well, this is what's hilarious is, well, clearly, if you would have gone off of, like, he was with his dad. Okay. Kohlberger has family in Albright, Pennsylvania. Learned through, yeah, you learned it way before that. Both on information provided on the WSU website. Colbert is currently a PhD student in criminology. Okay, now think about this. You're going to sit here and tell me that you would have known this. Okay, ready? They're trying to say that's the earliest day that we could have possibly ever known this, because okay, hang on. This is where it's all going to get real good in this lawsuit that the parents did. Okay. The earliest that WSU could have known about anything. All right. Shut the fuck up. They were so worried about firing him for like no grounds. But listen to this. On 12/19, when they identify his name, WSU fires Bryan Kober on 12/19, 2022. What? Come again? You guys, that's crazy. Remember, this is the same school that was afraid to terminate somebody, right? Because we cannot fire him over nothing. We have to have a paper trail. It's going to get real good. Okay, it's going to get real. What's up, girl? It's going to get real good here with this lawsuit. That's right. Right here. This lawsuit right here. This little section right here is going to blow a motherfucking balls off. Like, I mean, you want to talk about in the beginning of the show, rock'em sock'em titties. Right there is some rock'em sock'em titties. This is going to blow. This place about to yeah, right there. Mark my words. They put they refuse to put any dates in this motherfucker. Until when? Until, we can talk about, like, okay, so based on information provided on the WSU website, Colbert is currently a PhD student pursuant to records provided by a member of the interview panel. Now, that would be none other than, they're saying they use Jenkins here. Okay. Jenkins is full of shit. Okay. Somebody is lying, because guess what Jenkins told Anjanette Levy? I mean, these people are so fucked. These people. I love it, you guys. The lies. You can't keep lying. Okay, you cannot keep lying. But the lies that Jenkins got himself into, the interview, he wanted to go on a whore tour, press conference tour. Oh my God. I'm telling you, we should listen to what he told Anjanette Levy, what he told James Patterson in that book. He is FUCK'd. We learned that Kohlberger's past education included undergraduate degree in psychology and cloud-based forensics. Now, I want to hear more about that. This is a lie. You don't go and get a degree in cloud-based forensics. So, explain that to me. I want to see Bryan Kohlberger's degree. Just as I thought, the family suing WSU will blow things up. Yes, it's going to blow things out of the water. Like you guys want it. That's why the title of this episode was When the Wheels Fell Off Timeline. Okay. Because when you go back to all of this bullshit, it's all bullshit. Okay. Acting like how they got to Bryan Kohlberger. This is not how they did it. Based on information provided on the WSU website, Kohlberger is currently a PhD student in criminology in Washington State University. Really? Because he was fired. Pursuant. So let's ask ourselves. This is the big question. The relationships that are formed. You don't think that there's relationships there between law enforcement people and, I've said this before, in criminal justice department programs? There most certainly is. When I was at Cincinnati, oh my God, all of our professors, dude, they were like boys and girls with all of, dude, we had people coming into our class all the time talking to us about X, Y, and Z, and it was law enforcement. I actually wanted to know if we could go on a tour. I wanted to talk to inmates. That was one of the things I asked for. I want to talk to some inmates. Can we go to where these inmates are saying that they, didn't do it? Miss Susan. Miss Susan was my favorite professor. I took every class I could that she taught because she was just fucking this shit. She's like, oh my God, that sounds like a great idea. I was like, yeah, I want to talk to some inmates. Can we talk to some inmates? These records also show Kohlberger wrote an essay. Yeah, how did you get your hands on that? How did you get your hands? And guess what essay it was? Yep, applied for an internship with the Pullman Police Department in the fall of 2022. Internship with the Pullman Police Department in the fall of 2022. Well, guess what? This was an essay that was wrote in April. Remember, I have emails. Now, this is what's great, is I have the emails, or at least I have fake emails from where Jennings is writing the Pullman Police Department chief at the time. Now he's since gone, saying, hey, can you look down in my bottom drawer and can you find, there should be the people that didn't get the job. There was a couple of different applicants. Bryan Kohlberger. I think I have his application down there. Guess when this was? January of 2023, like January 1st, something like that. Like, these records also show that he wrote an essay, applied for, assisting in rural law enforcement agencies with how to better collect and analyze technical data in public safety operations. Kohlberger also posted a Reddit survey, which can be found by an open source internet search. For them to have already had this at that time, the survey asked for participants to provide information to understand. As part of this investigation, law enforcement obtained search warrants to determine cellular devices that utilize cell towers in close proximity. On November 13th, right? Between this time and this time, and he did not. After determining that Kohlberger was associated to both this 2015 white Elantra and the 8458 phone, investigators reviewed these search warrant returns. A query did not show that he was on the cell towers between 3 and 5. Based on my training and experience in conversations with law enforcement officers, yep, individuals can leave their cell phones turned off or just at their home. This is done by subjects in an effort to avoid alerting law enforcement that a cellular device associated with them was in a particular area where a crime was committed. Now, ready for this? Let me ask you a question. Right here, think about it. Think about this. You're going to sit here and tell me that they still don't mention the fact that he got, I don't know, 10 tickets when they ran his name. They would have seen his name, his all this stuff. They are omitting the fact that WSU knew that he had gotten 10 tickets, 10 parking tickets. Why would you omit this? That would help. Okay. That would help, right? Well, guess who it hurts? Because how did this not come up when you guys were all searching like November 25th? And you're telling people to be on the lookout for this vehicle. Well, how on November 25th did this not just like pop out like 10 zits and say like, we have a white Elantra that keeps on getting tickets? What? Like, come on, man. This is crazy. They would have. But they're leaving it off. Why? Because it makes what? This is what it's going to make look bad. Now, you would think that you would have had some communication with the criminal justice department, right? When do you think the question would have been asked, which is, oh my God, Bryan Kohberger? Oh my God, I have 13 complaints. I have 13 formal complaints here. What? For what? And then you list off, if you have all these 13, like, why isn't that in here? That he has 13 complaints for what? How would that not make it in? Once you, like, you're calling up these people right here and talking to them. Oh my God, he's a PhD student in criminology? Okay, who do we know over there? Like, we work together. You're going to sit here and tell me that nobody called? Hello, they most certainly did. How about you would run, there's something called, you have HR, right? Right? The HR department. Dude, he is an employee. He is an employee of the school. Okay? Is an employee of the school. You guys, they had all of this. But you want to know why they had to bury it? Because WSU either didn't turn it over, or during the investigation, WSU buried it, or Moscow and WSU collectively chose to bury it. This would have been huge part of your, don't you think? I just know that it would have been for me. But I'm trying, if I have to make, and then what about this? What if they were like, remember we always wondered, how did you get to Bryan Kohberger? And it's like, listen, you're going to have to get there a different way, because if you go this way, then it's going to fuck us in the ass. Like, WSU is going to look so bad. All they care about is their money over there. Okay, so you're going to tell me that they were able to find this Reddit survey, but they're not able to find 10 tickets that would have popped up like sore thumbs, like boom, boom, boom. But hey, guess what? We're going to talk about this stupid fucking Reddit survey. Okay, but we're not going to talk about 10 tickets. Okay, we're not going to talk about 10 tickets at WSU for parking in the same area of the cameras that you all have at 2:53 a.m. You know, and 2:44. Come on, man. We're not, I mean, I'm not stupid. Then you have the if any of this is true, right? You'd be wondering like, oh, you'd be wanting to find everything you could out about Bryan Kohler because you're trying to make probable cause without using IgG. So then the 10 to 13 formal complaints from students. Stalking. Hello. If any of this is accurate, right? Stalking is one of them. Is a complaint. Oopsies. Yeah. As part of this investigation, law enforcement obtained search warrants to determine, his cell phone, but okay. And guess what? Nothing was there. So then they said, hey, well, they leave their shit at home. Okay. So on December 23rd, I applied for and was granted for a search warrant for historical phone records. And this is the big thing is, how did you obtain this? There is no probable cause without, I mean, they didn't do this with Eric Gower. Who were they doing this with? Eric Gower Jack D supposedly lies to you. These people are lying to you. Where is anybody doing anything for historical phone records? Where are the search warrants for other people's historical phone records? Suspects' phone records at that point. Nowhere. Please tell me that there are historical phone records for somebody somewhere for a 24-hour, 40-hour period of time. How about for the goddamn survivors? What? You guys, what would you tell somebody in order to get this? Like, how did you obtain this shit? And then this is what they did. So this should just be a wow. And then on December 23rd, pursuant to that search warrant, I received records from AT&T. These records indicated that the 8458 phone is subscribed to Bryan Kohler at an address in Albright, Pennsylvania. And then I said to myself, wait a second, hold on. They didn't need to do any of this. If they preserved the data, of both campuses, okay. The biggest thing that they tell you to do in a case that's like about to go cold or going to be like, it's all about preserving data. Okay. This would have been so outside of the FBI's norm if they wouldn't have been preserving the cellular data in the areas of Pullman and Washington. And this is what I'm trying to beat down into everybody's heads. Okay. Is this part right here? Is that this would be so far out of the norm, especially up here when you write this and you're going to say that both of these communities use and go back and forth right here. You know this. It's a preservation order. Where was any preservation orders done for this case? Because then when you get here, you don't need, if you already have his phone number, right? Well, his timing advance records. The FBI is going to get his timing advance records. So what they try to tell us that they did, and this is where it's just so ridiculously obvious, is when you got these, you plotted in the time that it was taking to do X, Y, and Z, you're already the same day based on these records going for this historical shit, which is going to take you from, you're going to go from June to November. After receiving this information, I consulted with an FBI special agent that is certified as a member of the cellular Nick Balance. Additionally, the FBI CAS special agent that I consulted with has over 15. I don't give a shit. Great. Awesome. On November 13th at approximately 2:42 a.m., the phone was utilizing cellular resources that provided coverage to this house or this apartment. Yeah, but it also provides it's in an area. Okay. So if Bryan Colbert's apartment's in here, but yeah, so is all these other areas. Okay. So he could have been like, right here already at this time. At approximately 2:47 a.m., the phone utilized cellular resources that provided coverage southeast of the Colbert residence, consistent with the phone leaving the Colbert residence. Leaving. Or being somewhere else and leaving somewhere else. Or it could be anywhere in this area, right? This is consistent with the movement of the white Elantra. This is a lie. Misleading. And you're not allowed to mislead for the purpose of, like, for truth. At approximately 2:47 a.m., the 845 phone stops reporting to the network. Again, a flat out fucking lie, because they do not want to track it anymore. They don't want to talk about all the handoffs. They don't want to talk about where it actually goes. And so this is just a lie. The phone does not at approximately 2:47 a.m. Nope. Lie. Now this is just a flat out lie. Before that was misleading. No, this is a lie. Okay? Then this would be a lie then too, because the phone is still and I think it actually might be 256. I'm putting 256 potentially. How does this right here just not get you fired in this case? This is what Cass was notoriously doing. They were and have been right here. This is what you call railroading. So either Nick Balance is going to get on the stand and say that is not what I told them, or Nick Balance is going to say, Like he's either going to lie for them and act like I had no idea that he wrote this in here. Right? Or yeah, and you knew that it wasn't true. So why one wouldn't go to court with this, I don't know. People keep asking that. I have no idea. I could tell you that if Hitler just kept on telling them how to go about things and that you're going to introduce stuff with an expert first, because until an expert gives his expert opinion, you're not allowed to opine on the path and stuff like that. Hitler was telling them how to go about this whole case. So why would I have Hitler be anywhere near this? I mean, for Hitler not to see that this is a huge fucking lie, I think it's two parts. I think Ann Taylor could have done better. But I think Hitler's being ridiculous. Like, how much better do you need to be that the phone did not turn off at 2:47 and they knew it? Like, it was very, very obvious that the phone shuts off here, but then also mix that in with the fog lights. Did they miss that completely? Like, there's two ways that they knew that this wasn't right. You got the fog lights and the fact that the phone is still on and going the opposite way. The 845 phone's movements are consistent with the movement of the white Elantra. Lies. They knew that the one that they had on camera was not the right one. Oh, based on this time? Well, this is actually talking about. Oh, that's actually talking about the 5:28 time, so I'm fine with that. Oh, now here. Now, people keep forgetting about this. Further review indicated that the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources on November 13th, 2022 that are consistent with the 8458 phone leaving the area of the Kohlberg residence at approximately 9 a.m. and traveling to Moscow. Specifically, the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to the King Road residence between 9:12 a.m. and 9:21 a.m. The 8458 phone next utilized cellular resources that are consistent with phone traveling back to the area of the Kohlberg residence and arriving at the area at 9:32. Okay, now this, remember, they're using cell towers. And this reminded me of the Holly Bobo case when they were like, this is the pinging of the phone. It's going like this. And it's like, this is your description of what this phone was doing. But it could actually be, if it's more over, let me get a different color. It could be yeah, there you go. I like that one better. There you go. That's my path of travel. It could be doing anything. And then, but they asked Payne, where'd you get this map? What were you mapping it with? Oh, it's just like a Google. I mean, it's not like, I don't know. No, it matters. Have you ever seen Bryan Kohlberg's timing advance records? Yes, he said. Yes, I have. Oh, you did? Oh, wow. When did this occur? Like, wild shit. Investigators found the 8458 phone did connect to cell tower that provides service in Moscow on November 14th. But investigators do not believe the 8458 phone was in Moscow on that date. Like, to this day, nobody has talked about this either. You guys, now let's talk about some stuff. Who did this with him? Who's he giving his cell phone to like go, drive to Moscow with it and come back? I mean, we don't. So you're admitting to the fact that this doesn't work? Your shit doesn't work? That you're like, here, his phone. But we do not believe the phone was in Moscow that day. Why do you believe that? The 8458 phone was not connected to any towers that provide service to Moscow since that date. Well, two things there. There is a killer on the loose. I don't know. What was the largest gaps of days that would go by without him going to Moscow? Based on my training experience, yeah, that kind of fucked you there, didn't it, Payne? Based on my training experience and the facts, and the facts of the investigation thus far. And what would that be? There's no facts here. I believe. What facts are you talking about? The facts, man. The facts of life. Dude, I'm blown away here. Based on my training experience and the facts of the investigation thus far, I believe that Colbert, the user of the 8458 phone, was likely the driver of the white Elantra. Which one? Because the one that you found at which one? Because there's two vehicles. Which one? Which one? The one on Indian Hills is not the one on Ridge Road camera. But he says, was likely the driver of the white Elantra that is observed departing Pullman. Departing Pullman? No, with what? Fog lights? Departing Pullman. Fog lights? Fog lights. So, fog lights. Fog lights? That this vehicle is likely suspect vehicle 1. Likely. You knew that they weren't. You knew. Not only did you know the fog lights, and you knew that the so that vehicle had fog lights and the phone didn't shut off and was going the other way. Those are the facts that you lied about. This is all lies. I mean, you know, this is laying it all out for people like Lana. Why do you feel the way you do? I feel like this is all lies. So we don't know what the fuck happened right now because it's all lies. You created probable cause off of lies, known falsehoods. They knew this shit when they wrote this up. And based on Hitler's ruling, it was a collective effort. So, because all of them saw it. And so anybody from the FBI that saw this, which he's saying that they all did, according to Payne's testimony, then nobody could ever look at this and be like, what the fuck? Like, y'all can't put that in there. Like, this is known falsehood. It's not facts. Additionally, the route of travel of the 8458 phone during the early morning hours of November 13, 2022, and the lack, guess what they tell you? The lack of evidence does not mean there's not evidence. You cannot do that. The lack of the 8 reporting to AT&T between 4. They write it again. They write it again. He writes it again. And the lack of reporting between this time and this time. That is a fallacy. That is a goddamn fallacy. This is not true. It's consistent with Colbert attempting to conceal his location during the quadruple homicide that occurred at the Kingman residence. And one would have to ask themselves, why don't they just put 2:53 a.m. or 2:56 a.m.? Like, what's the deal? What's the problem? Well, because then they would have to show where the vehicle was actually going, and it wasn't consistent with the path of travel. They knew, first of all, that car has fog lights. Bryan does not. And that car is over there when Bryan's phone is in a different area. Now, this is where it really gets crazy. On December 23rd, I was granted a search warrant for Colbert's historical CSLI from June 23rd, 2022 to current prospective location information and a pen registered traffic trace. And this was to aid in efforts to determine if Colbert stalked any of the victims, to stalk them. Like, this was to aid in efforts to determine if Colbert stalked any of the victims in this case prior to the offense. Conducted surveillance on the King Road residence, was in contact with any of the victims, associated any locations that may contain evidence of murder that occurred, the location of the way to launch a registered to Colbert, as well as location of Colbert. Now, boom. See the words location? Phones can't locate people, you stupid fucks. You're not allowed to say that. No expert is allowed to testify like that. Now, is your phone usually with you? Yes. But sorry, you cannot locate Colbert from his phone. An expert will tell you that. They will tell you that. They will also say, though, that this is the pattern of history that he would have it with him, or were calls made, blah, blah. I'm going to tell you what you would need here. You would need timing advance records, right? No, maybe so. Maybe what? No, we're just using CL. No, that's not how we're doing it. Why not try to get just a search warrant for his phone and see if he has GPS on his phone? Then you could just use Google. Why couldn't you just go and get a Google warrant? Can't get a Google warrant? Nope, we're going to do it like this. Okay. So we lied in order to get this next warrant here. We made up all of that stuff. All of this stuff was made up. All of this made up shit is what then got them this warrant for the historical. Okay. This is how you would explain that to the judge. Lying. Now, how does Ann Taylor miss the fog lights? I don't know. I don't know what the fuck she's doing. Bryan Colbert's vehicle does not have fog lights. I don't know how she possibly missed the fact that the vehicle cannot be in front of a timestamp of a previous camera. Like, your timestamps have to go chronologically in order. I don't know how she missed that. Or maybe she didn't. Maybe she just didn't hit home with it in her oral arguments, but that would have been like huge oral argument. So coming back to here, pursuant to that search warrant, I received historical records from when it was open. After consulting, okay, again with CAST, after consulting with them, I was able to determine estimated locations. And Hitler said, he said estimated, guys, so it's fine. This clears you of everything. This is absolves you right here. Estimated locations. The time period authorized by the court. The records for the 8458 phone showed that the 8458 phone utilizing cellular resources that provided coverage to the area. Now, it would have been helpful to talk about how many cell towers there were that you could only be on. And it was on at least 12 occasions prior to November 13th. On at least 12 occasions prior to November 13th. All of these occasions, except for one, occurred in the late evening and early morning hours of their respective days. I'm over here like, wait a second. I thought the purpose of this was to do this, which was determine if Culber stalked any of the victims in this case prior to the offense, conducted surveillance on the King Road residence, was in contact with any of the victims associated before or after the alleged offense, any locations that may contain evidence of the murders that occurred. Okay. One of these occasions on August 21st, 2022, the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources providing coverage to the King Road residence from approximately 10:34 p.m. to 11:35 p.m. At approximately 11:37 p.m., Culber was stopped by Latah County Sheriff's deputy. Well, so you already knew that he was there on August 21st in that area because he got a ticket, which was like way up there, okay? At approximately 11:37 p.m., Culber was stopped. 11:37 p.m. And so he was saying that he was running recon on the house 10:34 to 11:35. The 8548 phone was utilizing cellular resources consistent with the location of the traffic stop during this time. So he could have also been shopping. Is that what you're saying, or what? What's over there? Did he have? Now we want to go check it out. Was he at on August 21st? I'm just curious. Did he go shopping at all? Further analysis of the cellular data provided showed that the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources on November 13th, 2022. Oh, this is the same day as the noise complaint. Let's put that there. We'll attribute it to that. It could be fucking Linda. Who knows? Oh God! At approximately 12:39, can utilize cellular resources. Okay, so then that's all they did. Look at this. They're only going to tell us. They said they go out and get all this shit, and this is the only thing that we get. The only thing they put in here is that about him getting pulled over. Then it just talks about now. It's like further analysis of the cellular data provided to show the 845 utilized cellular resources on November 13th. It's like you already had this. This is from search warrant number 1. So why is that here? You have all this from search warrant 1. November 13th, consistent from Pullman to doing that at approximately 12:36 p.m. The 8458 phone utilized cellular resources. Like none of this, who cares? This is after the crime. They're trying to say that, like, the reason that they think this matters is so that we can show that we have his phone, his car, and a camera all showing it, and it's all making sense, okay? But the only problem is that this shit does make sense, the WSU stuff, after the fact, but the stuff before that you try to lie about, but you're bolstering the fact that what you set up here was truthful. Okay. Okay. At approximately 12:46 p.m., the 8458 phone. Then, I mean, why wouldn't they put in the fact that he was talking to his mom for 3 fucking hours? Basically, like he didn't sleep at all that day, according to them. According to them, this person wouldn't have slept at all. There's no sleeping. According to them, Kohlberger gets back from committing the quadruple homicide and is back in his apartment by like 5:30, and then by 6 o'clock, within 30 minutes, he starts calling his parents. Right. Well, 6 o'clock for him is 9 o'clock for us on the East Coast. Think about that. Mm. Woo woo. Hold on one second. Let me do something really quick. Okay. What do we got from chat? Donna says $20. Woohoo! Super sticker Lana. Woohoo! Woo woo. Jen. Yay for catching alive. Good morning, everyone. 34 months. Let me just get a little ring a ding ding. Shaking it off. The wheels fell off the entire case. Their story is ludicrous. It is, isn't it? Miss Potts, send him back the love. Love you, girl. Love it, long time. La la. Thanks, Lana, for covering this with facts. Always, always. Donna, K74 member for 10 months, says, boo. Is that boobies? Ahoy. Yes, great. K Schmidt, 8, says, oh, you know what? 5 of you lucky people can go ahead and turn. And Heather, thank you so much. You guys, wow. Wow, does WSU have some decisions to make on their hands? This is just bolstering their lies. They think that that's what it does, but at approximately 12:46, awesome. Now, again, they leave out okay. They leave out no signs of like okay. Additional analysis of the records indicate that between approximately 5:32 p.m. and 5:36 p.m., the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to Johnson, Idaho. The 8458 phone then stops reporting to the network from approximately 5:36 to 8. Okay, that is consistent with what that is consistent with the 8458 phone being the area, the fuck, that the 8458 phone traveled in the hours immediately following the suspected time the homicides occurred. So maybe he's in an area where there's no cell service. This to me bolsters the fact of his phone. Like, was his phone turned off? So you would have to have, what did the experts say about that? So we need to ask the experts. That needs to be answered. This is important. Were they able to determine this? And this is during this time frame, which is here to here. They should be talking about that. On December 27, 2002, Pennsylvania agents recovered the trash from the Colbert family residence located. Okay. Sure did. They don't talk about how they were watching it for fucking like whatever. Based on the above information, I am requesting a warrant. So they included this. And then the other warrant, please don't include this. Leave this out. And still give us probable cause to get into his apartment. Well, we're going to print this version. This is the best version ever. We will print it on both sides. Print, flip it. Okay. All right, guys. Thoughts when the wheels fell off? I think it's pretty obvious. They said this was a working live document, right? So the moment that they started working on this document, in my opinion, the wheels fell off because it was all intentions to what? Clearly, Dylan and Bethany gave statements a long time ago. So, like, if they were using that, this whole them texting, Fiasco told him his conduct comes to mind, right? Yeah, sure does. Let's see. I think AT mentioned it at the suppression hearing that the phone was switched off for the one at 5:00. Ashley Banfield and Bryan need to be asked questions publicly so we can get public responses. Oh, thank you. Even the stalking room where the victim is deceased and all the friends. Well, I'm just saying that they didn't even get to go. They didn't go into any of that. You know, when you actually read this, okay, and you actually go through it, like the whole purpose of getting these historical CSL from June to present day was to locate Kohlberger throughout those months, right? Guys, that takes a little bit of time. All this stuff takes time, and this just tells us that they did all this stuff way before December of 2020, December 23rd, and that's what Slavinsky was talking about with his affidavit. Says that yeah, they did all this shit, but this was done way before. Like they had the stuff already. So who should I mail this to? Who needs a copy? If you have the timeline of this entire case down, like they just had the information. They knew what they were doing. They knew what they were writing in here. They knew that this was all bullshit. And they even go as far as to protect WSU in the probable cause. They don't talk about the tickets. They don't talk about the 13 complaints, formal complaints, that you would have researched at that point, you would have had. It's fascinating to me. I'm gonna try to make this into a PDF right now. I'm gonna save it as a new PDF. They did, yeah. And guess what, guys? It all flows from, um, she was trying to say that it all flows from IgG. Yes, it does. But I would have even went one step further and to say that even there's even stuff that's flowing from stuff that's not IgG. Because you're the AT&T, the first warrant, then the second warrant. Bullshit. AT&T warrant 1 does not produce what they're saying it produces. How about this? Why didn't they indict Bryan Kohler like immediately? Why didn't they seat a grand jury? Why did it take them 6 months to basically seat a grand jury? For example, in the Monique and Spencer Tepe case, homeboy was indicted through the grand jury before he even got to Columbus. His probable cause statements were a page and a half. We have an 18-page, literally story novel. And that's Bill Thompson. Spread this far and wide. Spread this far and wide. Why? Because we need you all to believe this version. We need you to believe this. We need you to believe this version. I mean, the first. I know that I've done this before, but if you take out the stuff and you change it, okay. So then here, let's go back to again what Hippler said. If you take this away, I'm giving you guys a nice Idaho fill here because I haven't been with you for Idaho for like the past week. If we go back to Hippler's ruling in 2025 with the Franks, his order, it's just like you want to barf. Like, it's just like, what the fuck? What are you watching? What case are you? What's going on here? So let's go to his order. It was in February. Order on defendants. Here it is. Okay. 38-page order. 38 pages. 38 pages. The state responds that the defendant has failed to make the requisite that substantial preliminary showing under Franks that law enforcement either made false statements or omitted material information knowingly and intentionally or with reckless disregard for the truth. How can you honestly say this if you are working for the state here? I mean, the facts are the facts, man. Or that the false statements or omissions were necessary to find. Yeah. There were a total of 25 search warrants issued in this investigation between December 23rd and August 1st of 2023. These are significant findings. Like, this is the numbers. So they ended up putting in 1,951 pages originally, and then it got down to the amended version. It had 1,010 pages. And then he had a problem with it. It missed stuff. A hearing on defendant's motion was held on the 23rd. Okay. In the interest of evidentiary efficiency, the court permitted a full Franks hearing. Like, wait, what? Only insofar as it pertained to the alleged omission of information regarding defendant's identification through investigative genealogy. And then they were fighting. So they had a full Franks hearing on that, basically. And then it was a Franks. They were trying to get a Franks hearing on everything else. On the remaining challenges, the court permitted argument on defendant's proffer as to whether defendant has satisfied his burden to warrant a subsequent Franks hearing. Like, seriously, he fucking totally met it. It's insane. Now, the court concludes that the search warrants are not invalid based on the omission of defendant's identification through IgG, because that information would have only bolstered probable cause of the searches. Dude, how do you make this statement? How do you say? Holy shit. You have the guy on the stand, Payne, telling you that Bryan Kohberger's name did not surface ever, not once before December 19th. And that it wasn't until you got the tip from the FBI to investigate Bryan Kohberger. That is in quotes, motherfucker. Quotes. And he's over here like, psh. Dude, what the fuck? This is Tina with What the Fuck Transaction Services. This is wild. Going back and reading this is the most wild shit I've seen. And I still have seen. Just because it happened in front of our faces. As to the remaining challenges, the court finds defendant has failed to carry his preliminary burden under Franks and therefore denies his motion for a Franks hearing. Ha! Sounds good, hip. This shit's gonna get blown up, boy. Now, these are the standards, okay? And it's very simple. The trial court's determination as to whether a representation is false and whether a misrepresentation or an omission was made knowingly and intentionally. Yes. How can you say it was not? You have to leave out the stuff in order to get the probable cause. Now, wow. The court notes that in response to some of the Franks challenges, the state submitted and argued evidence that was not included in defendant's proffer. While this evidence can be considered at a Franks hearing, this stage only permits the court to consider whether defendant has made the substantial preliminary showing under Franks to warrant that hearing. The court should not give the government an opportunity to present its evidence on the validity of the warrant without converting the hearing into a full evidentiary Franks hearing, including full cross-examination of government witnesses. Boom. And they fucking did. Nobody got to be cross-examined. Consequently, on these allegations, the court is only relying on defendant's exhibits and the parties' arguments regarding why or why not. Based on that proffer, a Franks hearing is warranted. So now here we go. Now, reckless, guys, means a high degree of awareness of probable false. I mean, it can't get any more reckless than what this shit was. They knew it. We're showing. I just showed it for 2 hours and 30 minutes. That's why I did that first. I said, you guys, I just showed it for 2 hours and 43 minutes. That me, myself, a nobody, showed how this is 1000%. This was known falsehoods. Known falsehoods. This was completely bullshit. Now, the challenger's attack must be more than conclusory and must be supported by more than a mere desire to cross-examine. there must be allegations of deliberate falsehood. And how you would show deliberate is it's deliberately not the right time. Okay? They should point out specifically the portion of the warrant, the affidavit, okay? Point out specifically. Now tell me that you didn't go through this and do what I just did there, because that's all I would have done, is I would have used every single quote in this fucking bullshit right here and then have shown that, first off, Chapin and Kernodle, we have no idea when they came home, sir. We have no idea when they came home. It says Chapin and Kernodle are seen by BF at the Sigma Chi house on the University of Idaho campus at approximately from 9 to 1:45 a.m. That's a falsehood. Okay, that's a falsehood. She was with them at 10 and didn't see them again. 10 p.m. Also, BF also estimated that approximately 1:45 a.m. is when they returned home. Again, that is so false. She specifically says when she went to bed, they were not home. They were not home. I have no idea when they got home. That is exactly, we've now heard every single interview that is available that's not with the feds. I didn't hear Ann Taylor arguing those. Did you? I don't know. Next. They omitted everything about the living room. There was blood all in the living room. Nothing was talked about the blood in the living room. They made it seem like everything was just in the 2 bedrooms. That's not true. That's false. And that would go have, like, I mean, that's just false. All right, so let's go to this part where he says, okay, here. Defendant claims that 17 search warrants issued in this investigation of the crime were based on false, misleading statements and or omitted exculpatory information in the various search warrant affidavits. So 17 of them. Now, his proffer is arranged by issue, of which there are 13. As mentioned, for convenience sake, the court granted an evidentiary hearing on the IGG issue. This issue will be considered under the preponderance of the evidence standard. I wouldn't have argued it this way. Defendant has not met his Frank's burden on issues 1 and 2, challenges to Exhibit A. So in issue 1 and 2, defendant challenges Exhibit A, which is a probable cause statement that individual investigative officers appended to their affidavits in seeking search warrants. As defendant notes, Exhibit A was a working document drafted as a group effort among the multiple investigative officers working on the homicide. I would have never, ever have given them that. But I think how he's wording it is like, we're letting you know that these aren't the words of each individual person. And so therefore they should have their own statements of that, like whatever your claim is in the affidavit. So in their respective search warrant applications, the officers submitted and swore to Exhibit A as their own, even though it was the product of a collective effort and not necessarily limited to the swearing officer's own investigation. In issue 1, defendant challenges this approach. Okay, exactly. Arguing that Exhibit A was treated as a wild card to easily get a warrant. In issue 2, he challenges alleged misrepresentations in Blaker's Exhibit A, Mowry's Exhibit A, and Payne's Exhibit A. So there's 3 different exhibits, Exhibit A's. Blaker has one, which we've seen. Payne has one, and I would love to know if I've seen it. Mowry's. I have to think about it. Defendant has not met his burden under Franks on issue 1 or 2. First, it is not improper for law enforcement seeking a warrant to swear to matters within the collective knowledge of other officers involved in the same investigation. Second, defendant has not demonstrated in his proffer any misrepresentations or omissions, much less that they were made intentionally or recklessly or had any effect on probable cause. Excuse me? What the fuck did she say in this 1,000 pages? Defendant submits Exhibit D1, A through C, as evidence of the group effort. These exhibits are emails between Special Agent Nick Balance of the FBI and Detective Brett Payne of Moscow Police Department, in which they are exchanging drafts of a probable cause statement. What's the date on there? What's the date? Maybe that was used to show, like, did she just not? I can't wait till this gets unsealed because I'm going to be the happiest little fucking clam. What's the date of these emails? Fuck. In addition to the draft Exhibit A, defendant has provided with his proffer the following 3 actual Exhibit A's. Okay. The statement of Dustin Blaker supporting the search warrant application for defense Pullman. Okay, great. Those are, yeah, because you have to show, like, that's your exhibit. Great. These actual Exhibit A's are not identical to the draft Exhibit A or to each other. Nevertheless, defendant challenges them collectively in Issue 1 on grounds that they are largely the same statement and contain the same core set of arguments. Of airments. I would have attacked each one, but defendant has not demonstrated any impropriety in law enforcement's execution of Exhibit A based on collective knowledge. You have to show how they didn't have collective knowledge. You can't claim collective knowledge here and then not claim it down the road like they did in suppression. Like they did in okay. Okay, defendant acknowledges that a warrant can be based on law enforcement's common knowledge, but argues that officers cannot sign a collectively drafted affidavit as their own without identifying who did the work described therein. Otherwise, it misleads the magistrate into believing that the swearing officer drafted the affidavit and performed the work therein when it was a collective effort. Because then we don't know who to place the blame on. We don't know who fucked up. Like, we need to know at least, like, fine, you want to work on something collectively, but who did what? Who's the fuck up? You know? This hyper-technical argument has no traction under Franks. Really? Okay. Even if a search warrant affidavit does not specifically identify the precise source of the information from within law enforcement, it is still sufficient to support probable cause if a reader would reasonably infer that the information came from other law enforcement personnel. Then how do we challenge us down the road to be able to impeach a witness? These are my questions. Like, I want to be able to impeach witnesses down the road. So if I don't know who did what the fuck? I need to find out now so that can't be changed later. Like, what the fuck? And I want to be able to ask them those questions. Because they didn't. Am I supposed to assume every time it says I, so this is not you? Like, who is it then? Okay. Now let's go to here. Defendant's evidence demonstrates there were several law enforcement agencies working together in this case, including the Idaho State Police, the Moscow Police Department, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. During his testimony from a prior hearing in this matter, Detective Brett Payne from the Moscow Police Department explained that agents from these 3 agencies were co-located at a command center set up at the Moscow Police Department for purposes of the investigation. These agents were assigned different investigative tasks. Pertinent information they learned in performing those tasks was then exchanged and transmitted into a working probable cause affidavit. Draft Exhibit A. Information from the Draft Exhibit A was then incorporated by law enforcement in varying degrees into the Exhibit A's supporting the search warrant applications. Importantly, not everybody was co-located though, but we'll get to that. Importantly, the Exhibit A challenged by defendant included statements alerting the magistrate that the defendant was assisted by other law enforcement agencies. Yeah, that bolsters him. And that the information contained within the Exhibit A was based on information provided by these other agents. Yeah, but that's wrong. That's wrong. Because he's saying that I consulted with them and then I did X, Y, and Z. Like, why would you ever do shit if you don't know how to do it? Like he said, I don't know what I'm doing. This is not my area of expertise. So you didn't just consult with, you had them do that part. Like when you're writing that the phone shuts off at 2:46 a.m., why are you writing that down, Officer Payne? Like that's the question that needs to be asked. Who told you that the phone shut off at 2:46 or 2:47 or whatever fuck time you wrote? Was it is that your statement that you did that's from your work or from Balance's work? Whose work is that from? And then he would have to stick to his script, which is, I don't know anything about these phones and this shit. The question is who gave you the information that the phone shut off at 2:47? Answer the question. That came from Special Agent Nick Balance. Did it now. Okay, thank you. Now, we're going to fuck him up when we go to trial. Who ordered the code red? You know, this is the type of shit that's just so frustrating. Now, I cannot believe that you did not call Blaker to the stand in any of this shit, but whatever. Importantly, the Exhibit A challenge by defendant included statements alerting the magistrate. See Exhibit Blaker. I am being assisted by other officers of the Moscow Police Department, members of the Idaho State Police, and agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Who did you work with from the feds, Blaker? Who was your handler? Okay. Now, defendant has not established that alleged misrepresentations in any of the 3 challenge search warrants affidavits compels a Frank's hearing. Oh my God. Now we can talk about misrepresentations, alleged misrepresentations that the first misrepresentation identified by defendant in issue 2 is contained in Blaker's A, supporting the warrant application for defendant's Pullman attributes discovering the knife sheath to Idaho State Police officers rather than Detective Payne. However, as the state correctly notes, defendant challenge is nothing more than a quibble over semantics. What Sergeant Blaker stated was, I was later advised by ISP investigators they located a tan leather knife sheath lying on the bed next to Mogan's right side when viewed from the door. So this motherfucker walked the scene and did not see it. You guys understand that? This bastard did not catch that. Wow, you had to be notified. What? Okay. What Sergeant Blaker said was yeah, period. Now, in fact, it was Detective Payne who was the first investigator to discover the knife sheath. What? In fact, it was Detective Payne who was the first investigator to discover the knife sheath. Now, that's the grand jury transcripts. The grand jury transcripts. Oh my God, you fucking liars. What? Once discovered, Detective Payne notified ISP investigators, who then collected and booked the sheath into evidence. Oh my God. The grand jury was told that Payne found the sheath in those photographs. The first person that should have found the sheath is the crime scene techs, right? Because wasn't there like a comforter up? I mean, correct me if I'm just wrong, but like, wasn't this comforter covering? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. So when Sergeant, so here now, Exhibit 2 was the Bates pages, which is emphasis added on this, which is, hey, Bates page 5198. This is the grand jury transcripts. In fact, it was Detective Payne who was the first investigator to discover the knife. I'm dead right now. Oh my God. Once discovered, Detective Payne notified ISP investigators. I'm going to fall over. He's then saying, like, I told them that they were going to find that because when I walked through, I saw it. You walked through it with Talbot. What we all saw when Payne walked through, right? Okay. And once discovered, Detective Payne notified ISP investigators and told them to go collect that, who then collected and booked the sheath into evidence. Did they? It didn't go into evidence. It was in temporary holding, motherfucker. At best, look at this. At best, Sergeant Blaker's use of the word locate is ambiguous as to whether it means discovering or collecting. Under no reasonable reading could it be characterized as a misrepresentation, let alone an intentionally or recklessly false one. Okay. Well, the second alleged misrepresentation are in Payne's A, supporting defendant's warrant was Google. Like I said, like they just didn't go about it the way that I went about it, how I would have went about it. Defendant claims that both detectives simultaneously claim to have done the cell site location information work. Okay, this is wild. Now, this is their exhibit. Hey, Maury's Exhibit A is supporting the Google warrant application, and these would be exhibits D, 3B, and D3A. Defendant claims that those exhibits, that both detectives are simultaneously claiming to have done the cell site location information work, as well as work to determine whether the defendant's cell phone was in the area of the King Road residence. Put her at 12. Let's see. These exhibits, as both state, after consulting with FBI cast, I was able to determine estimate locations for the consulting with cast. Fucking A, man. Defendant notes, however, that both detectives admitted at a subsequent hearing in this matter that it was actually the FBI cast agent Nicholas Balance who performed, okay, the location work that the detectives then used to complete their respective affidavits. And now this is important. Why? Because we're getting it on record here. Nick Balance, you are the one that said the phone shut off at 2:47. Is that right, motherfucker? Okay. Which is hella important. Like I was telling you guys, they knew. So how you would argue this is you would say Detective Special Agent Balance knew that the phone did not shut off at 2:47, and therefore you cannot write that in this because he had the knowledge that the phone does not shut off until 2:53 or 2:56. Okay. And so therefore that's really problematic because this is not conclusory. All I'm showing you is, Hippler, is that they allowed it by the phone still being, by the phone being off. They're only trying to take it as far as when you're seeing the white car. But I want to know if she mentioned the fog lights, because then it's curtains. Because you're going to say that they claim that they did all the background searches on Bryan and they knew that he owned that type of a vehicle. And then the VIN number would have told you what type of make and model. And one cannot sit here and say that they did not know that his make and model did not have fog lights. And they were working in November with the FBI on the vehicles, and they were specific about the lights. And so therefore they would be Hey, well, does that vehicle have those lights? You're telling me that that conversation never happened? I find that hard to believe because that was the most important questions that were being asked in November. You fucking pieces of shit. This is why I don't have my voice, because reading this shit gives me like, that agent Balance was the individual who actually did the location work, does not render the detective statements intentionally or recklessly false or even misleading. What are you talking about? Like, how did Anne explain this? He would have known that it doesn't go off at that time. The defendant asserts that the detectives both claim to have done the work. And they're saying that that's a lie. She's like, that's a lie. Okay. Like, they're lying. They not only just, they lied in their affidavits. Okay. But they're going about it. Like, I wouldn't have went about it that way. I would have went about it in that they do not, they state that they were able to determine the locations after consulting with FBI casts. Both detectives explain in their respective affidavits that the cast was the FBI. So, yeah, thus it may. So it's like, if Anne would have done this, okay, hey, this is our first leg of defense, which is, listen, they're all claiming that they did this. Okay, so who actually did the work? All right. And if we don't sort this out, then when we get to trial, what, these people are just going to claim the same shit? Like, we need to know who, I need to know who I need to present the material to so that I can cross-examine effectively. Okay. But I can't have everybody getting up there on the stand and just saying that, no, I didn't do that. Nope, that wasn't what I did. Nope. Well, who fucking did the work? In sum, as the statement encompasses in issue 2, defendant has not established that a misrepresentation was made. Moreover, even if the challenge statements could possibly be construed as false, there is not a shred of evidence they were intentionally or recklessly false. Oh my God. Yes, they were. The intentionality of it is to protect what? How about this? Why can't they say that that's who did all the work when they would have wrote up the affidavit? What's the problem? What's the problem with being vague? Like, why are you being vague? Just state what the fuck happened here. Finally, even if the statements were intentionally or recklessly included, the defendant has not established that they were necessary to establish probable cause. Oh my God, everything about the phone is what gives you probable cause. Everything about it. In a common and massive investigation such as this, which specific member of law enforcement actually discovered the knife sheath or performed the location work using CSLI is irrelevant to probable cause. Is irrelevant, goddammit. Okay. If you have somebody that's going to stay on the stand that they have no idea how any of that works, it is absolutely relevant. It's absolutely relevant. Okay. Especially what he testified to the grand jury. Hey, it is irrelevant who did what, motherfucker. Okay. It's like, come again. It's irrelevant. What is important is that the information came from other law enforcement personnel, which is a reliable basis for the warrant. Reliable. Thank you. Reliability. But this is specific work that they don't have knowledge of, and they kept writing training and experience all up in this motherfucker. They don't have any experience or training in any of this shit. And they were wrong. They were dead wrong. It's false. The defendant has not met his Franks burden on issue 3. So again, think about this, guys. We're already moving on to this, the eyewitness statements. You guys, what did Ann Taylor do, and how did she argue issues 1 and 2? Because this is not enough. This is bare bones. There's so many false statements in that affidavit. Maybe we will get to it here, but let's see. We are now at issue 3, which is eyewitness statements. In issue 3 and 10, defendant challenges the probable cause statements insofar as they set forth witness DM's interview descriptions of things she heard and saw on the night of November 13th. Defendant claims that law enforcement failed to inform the magistrate that DM's accounts describing the suspect were variable, that she questioned her memory, and that she did not recognize defendant when provided with a photo of him after his arrest. Wow, this is how I would have gone about it. Well, let's just see. This is his summary of it, though. I would have talked about number 1 is the order of the calls. Bethany called Dylan first. Okay. All the statements, like going to Dylan. Oh, let's just see. Oh my God. Defendant makes a cursory allegation within issue 2 regarding an email. Oh, wait, I didn't read the footer. Hold on. Within an email, Agent Balance sent to Detective Payne, identifying the dates and times of prior occasions. Oh my God. Here we go. Dates and times of prior occasions the defendant's cell phone was using cellular resources consistent with being in the area of 1122 King Road, Exhibit D1B. Defendant contends that the dates in the email. Oh my God. Oh, I can't wait to see this email. Were different than those in Agent Balance's CAS reports. Oh, leading to the point of that you're using timing advance records. How could your dates be wrong? Defendant contends that the dates in that email were different than those in Agent Balance's CAS reports. Oh my God. What? Payne, you're an idiot. You're either an idiot or you're a cheater. Exhibit D5, D6, however, defendant has not identified a search warrant affidavit that included these alleged inconsistent dates. What? Why are you being dumb now, Hippler? Thus, to the extent defendant is claiming the dates in the email were false. Thus, to the extent defendant is claiming the dates in the email were false, Franks is not implicated. Are you basically saying that Ann Taylor is not implicating that she wants a Franks hearing based on this? What the hell is she doing? What the hell? That would definitely be an issue. Oh my God. Insofar as the challenges pertaining to the omission regarding DM's reliability and consistency, it applies to all warrants. Insofar as it pertains to her non-recognition of defendant, it applies to blah, blah. DM was a roommate. Okay, these allegations, these alleged false statements and omissions according to defendant were exculpatory material. Well, let's see how depends on how she brings this up. While defendant's challenge may be fodder for cross-examination, it is not the proper subject of a Franks motion. Get the fuck out of here. Well, then how did she explain this? Because yes, it would be. Okay. DM said that she went downstairs and did not see him go outside. And then she says the next breath that no, I ran to my room and locked the door. And then I heard the slider close. And then I went downstairs. So what she's saying is that these people should have known you cannot include these statements because she's all over the place. Defendant's own proffer establishes that DM's accounts were remarkably consistent throughout her multiple interviews with law enforcement. Oh my God, you know what I'm starting to think now? Is that Ann Taylor was going the route that DM was coached. If she's using the term remarkably consistent, it's like, okay, well, okay. Thank you. Was Ann Taylor going to say that she was coached? Ah, my God, I love it. Remarkably consistent. And further, the probable cause affidavits are very consistent with her accounts. What? I would have never said that. There is no way that Ann Taylor was saying that. Tell me that that's not true. Dylan was anything but consistent. Oh God. Mm-hmm. Mm. Sorry, I was placing my lunch order. You guys, what the fuck? Okay. It is a damn Monday. I'm going to open up a nice Bud Light. Today's my holiday. Mondays and Tuesdays are my weekends. I am pissed. You guys make me cover this fucking case when all I want to do is it's ridiculous. There is no way that Ann Taylor was saying that Dylan was being remarkably consistent. There is just no way she said that. I mean, there's just no way. There is just no way that Ann Taylor is like, Dylan's statements are remarkably consistent. Let's see here. Further, the probable cause affidavits are very consistent with her. Second, DM's interview statements that her memories were fuzzy and dreamlike may have been affected by being tired or under the influence of alcohol do not call into question her reliability to the extent that a Franks would require disclosure. What? I have finally, DM's failure to recognize the photo of defendant is of no consequence given that the intruder she saw was masked. Fucking A, man. No shit. Okay, he was a masked intruder. But God bless it if Officer Payne was able to make it a statement that says that this is fitting the description of Dylan Morrison. But Officer Payne can use it to say, hell yeah, that is matching. That is matching what Dylan said. This is crazy. When you go back and you hear this shit. DM's accounts were consistent and accurately summarized. The draft Exhibit A circulated by law enforcement included the following description of statements DM made during her interviews with law enforcement. Let's see which ones they went with. Made statements during an interview that indicated the occupants of the King Road residence were at home by 2 and reportedly asleep by. This is false. This is false. Okay? So clearly she uses that. Say that when she woke at approximately 4 a.m. Well, she did not awoken then. Okay, this is false. She was already awake. And that the dog upstairs, false, right? So they're using all of this, right? So then this is what they say. This portion of the draft Exhibit A was incorporated in various degrees into Blaker's exhibit. Okay. And Maury's. Wait, so when these Exhibit A's were submitted in support of search warrant applications, DM had sat for at least 3 interviews with law enforcement. 2 on November 13th. No, 3. What are you talking about? She was recalled back in that room. 2, I would say no. There's 3. I would call them 3 because she was brought back in by Maury. So she talked to them outside, and then Maury recalled her in. 1 with Officer Nunes, and later with Detective Maury. Yeah, right. These were not interviews, man. These were Whatever. And one on November 17th with Detective Gooch. But there's more. Her description of the intruder was notably similar during all 3 interviews. White male, slim, skinny, lean body type, slightly taller than DM, wearing all black, wearing a mask that was covering his forehead and mouth. I question that part. Voice she didn't recognize, saying he was here to help. I'm here for Kaylee, though. Remember that? But it wasn't I'm here for Kaylee. The intruder walked out toward the back sliding door without saying anything to her. While she did not tell Officer Nunes that she noticed the intruder carrying a vacuum-type object in his hands, she did convey that information to Detective Mowry later that day, as well as to Detective Gooch a few days after that. She also told Detective Gooch that she remembered the suspect's eyebrows were bushy, but could not remember their color. What the fuck is all this shit? More importantly, not only are DM's statements consistent with each other, no, they are not. They were accurately included by officers. What the fuck? The biggest part is that she said that she ran downstairs. And then she says, wait, no, I ran to my room. And then I heard him close the door. That's how I knew that he was gone. These people are absolutely wild. There is not one statement in the affidavit regarding the intruder that cannot be traced directly back to DM's words. Consequently, defendant has not demonstrated an intentional or reckless false statement. Yes, she never said that the dog was dancing upstairs. Are we talking, like, does this count? These count? Nobody was home by 4. She did not know when anybody got home. This right here they're attributing this to Dylan. This is not attributable to Dylan. She didn't know about no fucking DoorDash. This is crazy. Look at, they're attributing to DM. He's attributing this statement to DM. Oh my God. That's not true. In one of the upstairs bedrooms. She did not say this. That's false. She said in the living room. A short time later, DM said that she heard who she thought was Kaylee say something to the effect of, there's someone here. You take this out. That's not what she said. DM stated that she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything. Where is about Vampire Diaries? She didn't even include those. Did Ann Taylor not catch the Vampire Diaries? We're going to put vamp. That's what's so important, because it's I'm here to help you is straight from this movie. Dude, Ann Taylor did not. Her team sucked. I don't think her team did what we could have done. I can't wait to read the 1,000 pages. She literally recited Vampire Diaries, and that all happened at 2 a.m. And then what? Why are you putting this? Isn't attributed to Dylan. Get this shit out of here. Dylan doesn't know anything. She opened her door for a 3rd time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose. Awesome. Oh, let's see. More importantly, not only are DM statements consistent with each other. I'm sorry. Consistent. Okay. Check. Sounds good. Unbelievable. That's false. They're not consistent. There is not one statement in the affidavits regarding the intruder that cannot be traced directly to DM's words. What about going out? What about never seeing going out? Like, whatever, dude. Lies. Y'all want to keep doing this shit? Keep on, keep it on. So then she's citing all these, here, look at all these pages because it's all the transcripts from writing up, Dylan's crap. Defendant also asserts that Exhibit A watered down DM statements about hearing Kaylee around the time of the homicides. Yeah. Okay. They use watered down. Okay. According to the defendant, DM was unequivocal in her 3 interviews when she reported that at approximately 4 a.m., she heard Miss Gonsalves walk upstairs with her dog before running back downstairs, saying someone's here. Okay, boom. And that would have been immediately. And then this matches the crime scene. Now you want to talk about the crime scene? This matches the crime scene. In a draft A, however, law enforcement represented that DM said she heard who she thought was Kaylee say something to the effect that there's someone here. Exactly. Emphasis added. Like, that is bullshit. And this gets away from the whole 2 intruders. In draft, yeah. Who she thought. Unbelievable. Defendant argues that the additional of the word thought is false. Yes, it is. It is. And she thought that Kaylee was in the second bedroom. Look at this. Also, the other thing that's big about that is she told investigators that Kaylee was in Xana's room. You want to know why? Because she didn't even know if Xana, really her mind, she did not know where Xana was. Because Xana wasn't home when she went to bed, right? Defendant surmises it was intentionally false to cover up the fact that DM was wrong about what she heard. Because she wasn't there? Woo! Daddy! Lana's coming through with the hits. Nothing but the hits. Nothing but the motherfucking hits. Exactly. She was wrong about what she heard. They're trying to bolster her accounting abilities. But defendant points out that Miss Gonsalves was killed in the upstairs bedroom where she was found the next morning. Thus, it could not have been her who DM heard running down the stairs at 4 a.m. Defendant contends that DM's misperception, had it not been covered up by law enforcement, would have cast doubt on her reliability and therefore probable cause. See, you can okay, listen. Ann Taylor chose to argue it this way. I wouldn't have argued it this way. Okay? I would have argued it that there was more than one person in that home. But maybe right here, you don't, it just, they should have never, basically the bottom line is that nothing that Dylan Mortensen said should have been included because Dylan Mortensen was unreliable. And they knew that. Okay? And that's the bottom line, is that you putting anything that Dylan has to say inside this probable cause is reckless in and of itself. Because Dylan's statements are, but they used her, just like if it would have been somebody, whoever it would have been, they used her to get probable cause. They did, because it's the timeline. It's the timeline. And that's how Ann should have attacked it, is without Dylan's statements, there is no time of the crime. We just have this window. Okay? Without Dylan saying that she saw what she saw, doesn't create a time. You need Dylan for the time. However, the statement challenged by defendant can be read in 2 ways. One, that DM said, I think it was Miss Gonsalves. That's not what she said at all. Which is how defendant apparently reads it, What the fuck are these people talking about? He just made this whole part up. This is all made up, Hippler. This part here, this isn't. What are you talking about? I think it was Miss Gonsalves. What? No, she didn't say anything about Miss Gonsalves. Why are you putting this shit in quotes? Which is how the defendant apparently. Or two, that DM said that she heard Miss Gonsalves, but law enforcement had reason to think that it could have been someone else. When the statement is viewed in context, the latter makes more sense. In their respective exhibit A's, Detective Payne and Sergeant Blaker immediately follow up the challenge statement with the following: a review of records obtained to show that this could have been Cornell as her cellular phone. But what about the other people's cellular phones? How about the fact that Kaylee's phone does not work after 2:53, or does it? This is crazy. You guys, this is making my blood boil. This is nuts. This is crazy. People that think that this case isn't crazy and that, oh my God, Lana, you are fucking, you're an idiot. You are an absolute idiot. The mental gymnastics that Hippler wrote up in 38 pages here is fucking commendable. Thus, the court cannot conclude there is anything false or misleading in this regard. Using the word thought, get out of here. In addition, even assuming it was a false statement, defendant has not established that it was an intentional or reckless attempt to hide DM's alleged misperception. Oh my God. Do you have to show why you would do that? It's to bolster her shit. Unbelievable. What a bunch of fucks. There is no evidence, says law enforcement. Oh, thank you so much. There is no evidence. I'm sorry. Yeah, there is no evidence law enforcement intentionally or recklessly omitted information bearing on DM's reliability, or that such omissions were material to probable cause. I hate liars. Okay. Defendant next asserts that the probable cause statement omitted important information bearing on DM's reliability. Defendant notes that DM qualified her interview statements on several occasions by questioning her memory. Yep. For example, she told detectives Maury, everything was kind of a blur. Like, I don't fully remember it, I would say. A few days later, while recounting the events, Detective Gooch. Again, I believe I was also so very drunk. I don't know how much of this is real. Like, I don't know if my mind was like doing whatever. I don't know any of it. Like, half this stuff, I don't know if it's a dream or if it's real. I just have no clue. What? Think about someone saying this to you as a detective. And then this is Ashley Jennings. Well, obviously we know it's true. I mean, look at the scene. Ashley Jennings is just like, you guys, clearly this is not a dream. I mean, hello, 4 people were murdered. Okay. That's not what we're saying, Ashley. But if that's how you want to, falsely trick yourself, you're not tricking us. No. She also said her memory was fuzzy and cloudy, and she could not differentiate if anything is real or if anything is a dream. This information was not included. According to defendant, this information was crucial to allow the magistrate to properly evaluate DM's reliability, and its omission was material and exculpatory. Because of the time of the crime. Based on defendant's proffer, it is not a foregone fact that DM was mistaken when she said that she heard Miss Gonsalves. DM reported it was approximately 4 a.m. when she heard Miss Gonsalves walk upstairs and then run back down the stairs saying someone's here. Miss Cornell received a DoorDash delivery at the residence at 4 a.m. See Payne Exhibit A at Bates photo. It is entirely possible Miss Gonsalves ran downstairs when she heard the delivery person. You don't hear DoorDash. Jesus Christ. How can he make these assumptions? This is crazy. Unbelievable. He doesn't know what DoorDash is. He has no idea. Molly's ass was there from 346. Okay. Also the text messages. Xana had texted that dumb hoe Molly saying, "Girl, you lost. Where's you at? Girl, you need help. Girl, what's you doing?" This is nuts. Welcome new members. Let's get it on. Let's all just be like, holy shit. Welcome, Shelly. Welcome. Now, let's see. I love how he just has his own little twist here. Hello. Come on, get it together, Ann Taylor. It is entirely possible that Miss Gonsalves ran downstairs when she heard the delivery person. Molly. She didn't hear Molly. Molly doesn't say anything. And then went to bed, after which she was killed. What? This is Tina with What the Fuck Transition Services. Dude, Hippler, this case is far from over. These little orders are going to be, wow. What are they here? Where are we here? Okay. Whether the hearsay supplier is reliable is dependent in part on their status. Unlike an informer from the criminal, I'm not going to read all this. Okay. None of DM's qualifications during her interviews reasonably placed her presumed reliability in dispute. Wow. Like, how do you write that sentence? She was a direct witness and was able to consistently articulate the details she remembered throughout each interview, especially as the fact relied on in the search warrant affidavits. Wow. I don't even have words. Wow. Somebody that's saying, I don't even know if this is a dream, if this is real, or what was going on. Despite the fact that she claimed her memory was fuzzy, or that she felt like she was a dream, or that she was so intoxicated, doesn't matter. Despite all that, despite the fact that she claimed this. Further, even if her reliability were in question, there was other evidence included in Exhibit A's that corroborated her account. What? Excuse me? What? Wait, what was there? What? What was in it that corroborated her account of this? What are those things? Nobody had a statement like Dylan. Bethany's over here saying that she's completely fucking crazy. This is crazy. No facts, guys. Let's see what else. For example, Lana, the security camera from 1112 King Road, duh, bitch. It picked up audio of a struggle at 4:17 a.m., which coincides with when DM stated she thought was crying coming from Miss Cardotto's room and a male voice speaking. What? She doesn't know when this occurred. She has no idea when this occurs. In fact, one would think that it was at, 2:53 when Kaylee's phone stopped working. It was shortly after she opened her door for a third time and saw the suspect walk by her toward the sliding glass door. Walk by her? Would they just walk by her? Are you people insane? She'd be dead. Hippler, she'd be dead. If they walked by where that footprint is, they would have made out. They would have kissed. The door's open. DM standing there. I would have made out with you. Why wasn't she stabbed right there? These people are on crack, cocaine, all of it, heroin, put it all together. This is absolutely fucking crazy. Where that foot, that print is, you and Dylan would have been making out. If Dylan's standing on the inside of the door, open up like this, and you think that footprint is from the intruder, you have got to be, you've lost all, like, this is why I wanted to go to trial. Okay. So that Hitler would have to sit there for 3 or 4 fucking months just in digesting all of this shit that was going to be thrown his way. Dylan would have been dead, Hitler. Okay. Every single person that person came in contact with was eliminated. Eliminated. Oh, but not poor Dylan here. You know what? I'm tired. I'm out. Dylan would have had a cell phone, right? Absurd. Absolutely absurd to think this is wild. Now, it was shortly after this, she opened the door for a third time and she saw the suspect walk by her. No, the path is actually into her vagina. Okay. It would have penetrated her, which corresponds with the surveillance video showing the suspect. Oh my God. Leaving at 4:20. Wow. That camera does not show that. That's their version. How come it can't be that that's when it's all starting to happen? In addition, law enforcement collaborated DM's description of defendant through its vehicle identification efforts. Vehicle identification is how this happened. Get a life. So they got Bryan Culber's driver's license information, and then here you can see it was Detective Payne. He's like, oh my God, you guys, check out his driver's license. This man totally fits DM's description. Why didn't you use a 6-pack lineup? Why didn't you show a 6-pack lineup to Dylan? Because y'all knew that she would never, ever identify that man, right? Normally people give 6-pack lineups. Here's 6 different photographs. Okay. Are any of those the guys that you saw? Cover up and just show the eyebrows. Well, you couldn't do that. Why? They would never have done that. Because these guys knew that Dylan knew nothing. Okay. In addition, law enforcement collaborated. Okay, boom, 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 boom. Defendant has shown no objective indication that DM's interview statements were unreliable. Dude, this is hilarious. Everybody and their mother, even people that like support, like, everybody knows that DM's interview statements were absolutely unreliable. In fact, all of the interviews that they did of friends of theirs were like, what is she talking about? She wasn't drunk. She wasn't drinking. Shit, Eric Gower thought she was a guy. I mean, what more do we need here? But guess what? It doesn't matter. For this reason, it cannot be said that law enforcement intentionally or recklessly omitted this information. Further, Exhibit A inferred that DM was traumatized. She said that she was not traumatized, that she wasn't afraid at all. Oh my God, you sick son of a bitches. DM repeatedly said that she was not in fear. There was no sense of fear. She was like, but I wasn't in fear. She kept saying that to Gooch. Gooch was like, you didn't have any fear when you saw this mass. No, Wow. DM was just traumatized. Well, not according to DM. She was traumatized when they noted that she just stood in a frozen shock phase. DM never said this. In fact, it was the opposite. She didn't freeze when she saw the intruder. And then she couldn't have seen anything about the kitchen and where he was going unless she came out of her bedroom. It was Bethany says that she believed that Dylan made it all up. Who gives a fuck, right? This is crazy. This is all lies. This is so bad. I mean, what did the state do when they read this order? Were they like, wow, he's really believing all of our shit? If you were a prosecutor, you'd been like, oh my God, wow. Wow. I mean, Jesus, we might as well just go get drunk every night. We don't got to do shit, guys. He is just basically going to write it up all for us. This necessarily alerted the magistrate that DM's memory was colored by trauma and shock, which goes to the issue of her reliability that defendant targets in this motion. But this was all lies. DM was not traumatized, she said. DM did not stand in a frozen shock phase. Like, why are you putting that in the affidavit? That's not what DM ever said. Finally, even had the Exhibit A's included DM's qualifications to her memory, it would not have significantly undermined her credibility and would not have negated probable cause. It would be no surprise to the magistrate that a person experiencing what DM must have experienced would be shaken. She wasn't shaken by what happened and would have questioned the reality of what she perceived. What are you people talking about? She didn't see a weapon. She didn't see shit. She didn't perceive any danger. She says this. I perceive no danger. This does not render her unreliable. Additionally, the bulk of probable cause came from other sources. The fuck out of here. It's the timeline. The wheels right here. This is when the wheels fell off. The wheels fell off for Hippler's right here. Additionally, the bulk of probable cause came from other sources, including extensive vehicle identification efforts. Get fucked. This is 1000%. This is your timeline, you dumbass. And everybody knows it. Including extensive vehicle identification efforts. Get out of here. Thus, even if the magistrate questioned the reliability of DM's account, she had sufficient grounds through other evidence to issue the warrants. Then ask yourself, why was any of it included? Because you needed that timeline. You needed DM saying that at that time. Because you have a 9-hour gap when this could have occurred. In sum, defendant has not shown that DM's various qualifications to her memory are material. Not material. Okay? This is just, you can just do this in cross-examination. So again, Hippler setting up DM to get literally crushed in the courtroom. Literally. So you want us to go at a 20-year-old. Or we're also going to show how this 20-year-old is going to say, I didn't say those things. Yeah, that's right. You didn't, did you? No, I didn't say I was frozen in shock or anything like that. Okay, yeah, you didn't, did you? No. So since you didn't say those things, that would be the officer that just wrote down these inaccurate statements of yours. Absolutely. I think we have all of my recordings. Let's play them for the jury. So you never said you were in shock and a frozen. No, never. Why didn't you call 911, Dylan? Because you didn't perceive danger, right? There was nothing dangerous about what you saw. Just another night of partying, right? Correct. Otherwise, you would have called 911, right? You didn't call 911 at 4 o'clock in the morning, did you? Get out of here. These people are crazy. Absolutely crazy. Hurst, it is evident from the applicable Exhibit A's that DM's account was largely relied upon to establish the timing of the homicides. Exactly, Hippler. Exactly. Exactly. And you just gave it to him. And a general description of the perpetrator. There was no description of no perpetrator. He had a fucking mask. There was a mask on, you jackass. Not to identify defendants specifically. So then just say it. Okay. And this is what we're trying to get at. We don't want DM saying shit about what she saw or heard because it's so unreliable. And it should have never been put in a probable cause. And they found her lying in different things. She's saying she was awake at 3:51, saving a number in the cell phone of her own cell phone. How are you sleeping and saving a number at 3:51 a.m. in your own cell phone? While any perceived weakness in her memory may be fodder for cross-examination, they do not negate probable cause. Sounds good. Now, DM's non-recognition of defendant is immaterial. It's immaterial. Why? Because she didn't see anybody. So then she should not be able to say anything about shit, you know? Defendant has not met his Frank's burden on issue 4, which is the vehicle identification. In issue 4, defendant takes issue with Exhibit A insofar that describes the subject vehicle. And this is where we're going to stop. I'll pick this up. I have to rest my voice. It's been 4 hours. I still have 2 more lives to do today. 2 more lives, but I want to go to you guys really quick while I eat my lunch here. You're going to humor me. You guys, be honest. If you're on the jury here and you would have truly heard this case, would the touch DNA be enough? Would the touch DNA be enough? Lana, check your corner club vid in your free time. Thanks. And for me, no fucking way. It's on a foreign object, right? Once I would have heard from these witnesses that are going to be experts talking about a staged crime scene, talking about multiple perps, talk about this, that, and the other. Oh my God, I would have been like, holy shit. I'm not doing guilty. This is ridiculous. Right? I would have same thing I would have said about Richard Allen. You guys, there's all these mixtures and his isn't, the DNA of his own is not anywhere. I'm like, oh my God, like, how are you finding this man guilty, Richard Allen? There's all this DNA at the crime scene. It's not his. There's nothing. Oh my God. To say that he was out there on that day, oh my God, he's got to be the killer. What? Dude, so many people were out there and nobody would come forward to even admit that they were out there. So I want anybody saying that you would be able to be in a deliberating room and say at the end of this trial and say, guys, listen, he shut his phone off. Yeah, but he didn't shut it off like when they say that he shut it off. Why would they lie about that? I don't know. But yeah, his phone was on. He was trying to hide. Yeah, but like he had no interaction with any of those victims. You guys, his DNA was on that sheath. Well, I'm not so sure that the sheath, when did it get there? Look at where it's at in these photos. How did he leave? He left no blood trail. Like if there was a blood print when he was at Dylan's door, right? Then why isn't there more blood prints of him leaving even just from Dylan's door. If there's a blood print in Dylan's door, then where are these other blood prints, you guys? Who cleaned that up? I would be like the juror that nobody would be like, I'd be like, listen, I'm on nobody's side. You're gonna have to convince me to be on a side. My side right now is that, did the state prove the case? Is this man guilty beyond a reasonable doubt? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my companions right here, woo! That is our job. Did the state meet their burden? I am not going to go the rest of my life saying, yeah, I'm going to convict this man. The state has failed to meet their burden as far as I'm concerned. You're going to have to try to get me over that edge. And I'm telling you right now, you're not going to. But tell me how you saw the evidence a way that I didn't. This is a death penalty case. They said this happened how quickly? How was any of this stuff cleaned up? Who cleaned it up? What about that living room? You guys, but did you see these parents? Like, we have, like, hey, you're going to have to put that aside. We cannot, like, convict somebody. I mean, hey, how about this, guys? He may have done it, but this case and what we have, the car isn't the car. I think there's multiple cars. I question this whole, what do you guys think about this Molly chick delivering food? I mean, total tweaker, right? Like, wow. She's a fucking crackhead. All right. Look at that video of her. Like, what was she talking about? That she parked next to Bryan and all this crazy shit. She never tells the authorities that. Why'd she get new tires and a new phone right after the crime? I mean, I don't know. What's up with the dog barking? I mean, think about all the stuff that would have been going on in that deliberating room. It would have been wild. You guys, how did Dylan survive? She opened her door 3 times. She's hearing yelling. She's texting. She's calling out people's names, and she just lives to see another day. Like, I would be like, what? How is she not dead? How is Dylan alive? Absolutely, Lana. I want to interview Molly so bad. Molly, we offered you 2 G's, man. What the fuck? 2 G's. I don't pay for interviews. But Molly, you probably need it. I'll give you 2 G's. But guess what? It's in person. I want to sit down on a couch sofa with you. I'll take you out to dinner, Molly. Okay, you can go around. I'll do you know what? 2 G's to spend the day with you, Molly. We're gonna get up and we're gonna do DoorDash together. We're gonna reenact the whole damn day. Okay, we're gonna reenact it. All right. I'll even get out of the car and I'll deliver your DoorDashes for you. But 2 G's, Molly. We're gonna go around and we're gonna have a conversation. Lana, what would be the protocol for entering evidence in CODIS? It has to meet. There's criterias for that. What's the priority level? Actual blood or microscopic skin cells? What would you enter first? I don't know that answer, but we can find out. Can you imagine me and Molly? Molly, I'll just drive us. Well, you just sit right there in the passenger seat. 18 hours, Molly. 2 G's. We're going to get... Molly, why'd you get a new phone? Molly, how many people have your account that DoorDash under it? Dude, Molly, everybody wants to see you. Like, we just want to shoot the shit. Like, you're protected. We got you. Like, we know you CI, girl. It's all good. I just want to know if you know Eric Gower. You know, have you ever, can you imagine Molly as an Uber driver? Molly, good golly, Miss Molly. She's driving you and you're just like, oh my God, please God, let me just make it safely. Molly as a DoorDash driver. I mean, as a Uber driver. Molly, 2-star Molly. Molly, I missed my damn plane because of you. Molly scares the shit out of me. I care about your safety, people, right? Molly's over there talking about, God, I let my ex-husband live with me or whoever, her son's dad, and then he dies in her bathroom. I mean, the shit that she was, I have my list of Molly questions. Molly, break this on down for me because I have no idea that Officer Payne, I have no idea why he was not interested in any of your stories, but I am definitely interested. Molly, let's talk about this. Were you having sex with your son's dad? Why was he living with you? Nobody's going to live with me for free, Molly. What were you asking of him? Was he paying you rent? Then he just dies. And now your other husband, he was shot because of meth. No, Lana, that's not true. Well, Molly, make it make sense. Molly, you said that you're really good friends with Bill Thompson. Can we talk about that? How does his wife feel about your friendship? Do you ever hang out with his wife too? Do you guys go to dinner? Have you ever delivered to the Latah County Prosecutor's Office? Have you ever, they ever hit you up? Come on, man. Please that's awesome. You know what? Maybe I'll ask Howard Bloom if you ever talked to Molly. Please make a Mollathon bingo card for your viewers. Oh, shit. I'm sure a lot has happened to Molly. Molly, why aren't you writing a book? Okay. Somebody needs to, Molly, I'll write your book for you. We'll let AI do a lot of it, but we'll just check it out. So, all right. Do you think she'd have kicked off it if they were to? I think Molly would have had to come on pretty early on as a witness, but maybe the state doesn't even call her. They're like, it's just irrelevant. It's just irrelevant. This, DoorDash, but who knows? Maybe they don't call her. I mean, really, what are you calling her there for? Molly, you did a DoorDash delivery there. What time did that happen? Oh, well, I guess they placed the order. I don't know. It was really busy that night. Is 2:45 sound about right? Probably. And you didn't get it there until 4 a.m.? Yeah, it was really busy that night. Everybody was ordering from the same place. Okay. And what is Bill Thompson going to say? And so you dropped it off. You leave it at the door. You take a picture. You send it. Did you have any conversations with anybody at the house? Nope. But yet somebody tried to. You got there at you can't lead. What are you calling Maya to the stand for the state? To talk about this DoorDash that you got? Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if they left her out of it. I wouldn't be calling Molly. Fuck Molly. If I'm Bill Thompson, I want Molly nowhere near my case. Bill Thompson's like, oh my God. Oh my God, we get to hear her keep saying that we're friends. Bill Thompson been like, no, we're not calling her to the stand. All right. I'll be back later. Nancy Guthrie, and then I got some Bobo stuff. So come back and join me. I'm gonna rest up my throat here for 30 minutes, and then I'm gonna be covering anything that's new with Nancy Guthrie. What is up, Boston? Where you been, girl? Where you been? Where you been all my life, Boston? I'm gonna call you. What happened with who are you flying into my chat? Never seen your name ever once. I said it right in the beginning, honey. Just watch the beginning of the live. You'll know. Gifted 5 Truth and Transparency memberships. 5 of them going out. Thank you so much. And Shelly became a new member. Thank you so much, Shelly. Is Molly here? Where is Molly? Is Molly in chat? Oh, wait, you know what? Hey, Boston, are you still in here? Boston, are you still in here? Tell me that you're still in here because I want to show you something because you weren't here in the beginning. Boston, I have a video for you. Those of you guys that did not see it in the beginning, here's a video. Boston better still be in here. Here you go. Oh, you're not going to be able to hear the sound. Fuck. Well, enjoy the video, Boston. That's for you, Boston. What I think about you, Boston. There you go. There it is. If this doesn't make your Monday, I don't know what would. Rock'em sock'em titties, baby. Right here. Peace out, guys. See you on the next one.